Good evening, and welcome to the January the 26th, 2017 meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors. First time in 2017 that we have convened, so I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year, our members in our audience tonight, as well as our members who are home watching from the comfort of their homes, and of course to our directors, Happy New Year. Reston Association's mission is to preserve and enhance the Reston community through outstanding leadership, service, and stewardship of our resources. Our core values are service, collaboration, stewardship, innovation, and leadership. All of this helps us to focus on fulfilling our founders' goals for a successful, vibrant, and sustainable community, one Reston. Our agenda this evening is focused on an update regarding the status of Tetra/Lake House independent review, addition to property request, environmental resource maintenance, and a legislative update. So as you see, we have much to cover this evening. So let's drop down to item B, the adoption of our consent calendar. Last month, when one of the board directors requested that one of the items be taken off the December 15th, 2016 consent calendar, the board mistakenly should have taken it off and put the item on the regular agenda for discussion. Without objection, and with the concurrence of the requesting board director, Director Ray Waddell, we will put the December 15th, 2016 matter committee appointments on for discussion on this month's agenda in executive session as a personal matter and subsequent action.
Thank you.
On to item C, the adoption of the consent calendar. In an effort to be more efficient and effective and address the routine and/or non-controversial issues brought before the board on a monthly basis, the association employs the use of a consent calendar. As per Robert's Rules of Order, the items on the consent calendar are to be taken up in order unless objected to, in which case they are restored to the ordinary process by which they are placed in line for consideration on the regular agenda. The board also has the option of considering matters on the consent calendar in gross without debate or amendment. What is your pleasure, Director? Directors, you want to do it as a whole or individually?
Individually, please.
Or motion?
Motion for individually.
Motion for either one, you said?
For doing one at a time.
Oh, one at a time, okay.
So we're going to go through every item on the consent calendar? Is that
That's what
what
you
you're
said?
requesting?
Yes.
Some will be easy. There's two items I want removed from the consent calendar. That's my point.
Why don't you do it that way then?
Yeah.
Okay. So item 2 and item 7.
I would like to remove item 1 from the consent calendar as well.
Okay. So, Sherry, you want removed from
2 and 7.
2 and 7. And Lucinda?
I'd like to remove item 1.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, and 6 remain. Do you want to vote on those?
Counselor, we'll vote on the
Remaining items.
remaining items. You want to make a motion?
So I move to approve the remaining items 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the consent agenda.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So should we, all those in
All
motion?
in
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. Thank you. All right, now should we take those items now?
Take the adoption of the regular meeting agenda up first, yes.
Okay.
And that should be altered to put these others into the agenda.
I have discussion on that.
I'm sorry?
I would like to comment on that. I'd like to have discussion.
See, excuse me, but I can barely hear with the noise in back of me.
Skip that.
I would like to have a discussion on the agenda.
Okay.
So
Make a
If I'm going
motion.
to help
Make a
for
motion.
a moment, you just make a motion to take up the agenda, and then a second, and then you can discuss the agenda
Okay.
itself.
All right, you're making a motion to discuss the agenda.
Somebody else is making a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to
Discuss the agenda.
discuss the agenda.
I second.
Thank you.
Okay, now discussion.
Item H on the agenda, I had thought that it was going to be removed. I'm really surprised that it is on the agenda, and I'm even more surprised that my name is on it. I did not submit this position. I asked staff to remove my name and the position from the board packet a couple days ago, and I was under the understanding that it would be removed and removed from the agenda. This is the second time that I've had a motion put in by staff with my name on it without my permission, acknowledgement, or knowledge that this had happened. I'm surprised, and I'm really concerned. I hope that this is not a common practice and that staff isn't writing motions for other board members, as this has happened to me twice. I would like this item removed from the agenda tonight. And I would really, really like to have this not happen again. I don't want my name put on motions that I have not agreed to.
Okay? Yes.
If I may, totally respect your request, Lucinda, and I am very sorry. I did attempt to try and have you take a look at the item as I noted in an email, but I did request that the board not take this item up. It is not my place to take it completely off the agenda. I did not know that that was your request, but it is not my decision to do that. It's a decision of the board, and I did make that recommendation yesterday that this be taken up at the February 23rd Board of Directors meeting when we had more information.
Well, the person who wrote the motion should put their own name on it.
Okay. So, yes.
This isn't a motion, though, isn't it? This is,
It's an action,
is there action?
and in the packet it was a motion.
Yes.
I guess I was under the impression we were taking it off of the agenda based on the email traffic that we had had. So I likewise am surprised, and I'm glad that Lucinda brought it up. I do know that we need to discuss that particular topic, but it probably shouldn't be as an action item on this agenda for this month. So I would like to make a motion to remove it from tonight's agenda.
Agenda. Okay,
Second the motion.
So we're going to second from Sherry.
okay,
I do have
any
a comment, though.
discussion?
I guess I just want some yes, I think this should be taken off. It's a hugely important topic that I know I need more time to get a little bit smarter on. But I guess my bigger question is, how do motions get put on? How do motions get drafted and assigned to a person, or how does that work, Kate?
And please correct me, any of the BOC members who were with me the night that this item came up, because this was not on my own. It was recommended by the members of the BOC that this item be added to the agenda. Loud. That this item be added to the agenda. And I said that I would work with Lucinda on putting a motion together. In fact, I said I'd be happy to put that together and send it to her for review. She agreed that evening. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. And that is what I did. I also sent it to the members of the Multimodal Transportation Committee so that they could weigh in on it. They provided feedback to me. I never heard back from Director Shannon until after the packet went out. I'd received again information and understood from the Multimodal Transportation Committee that she had contacted them for input. It was my mistake for not reaching out further to make sure that Director Shannon was comfortable with the motion. I apologize to her for that. And again, I am sorry, but usually motions are put together for review by directors whose names go with them. I work very closely with my board in order to do that. But I understand her position, and I respect it.
Thank you. So I can assume that everything on this agenda has been vetted by the BOC?
That is true.
Okay.
Yep.
To be on the agenda.
To be on the agenda. And motions were set by the BOC? The motions that we read in our packets are set by the BOC?
Yes, the
Yeah.
answer to that is yes. We reviewed the agenda for the upcoming board meeting, and it was voted on unanimously by the BOC to have the agenda as proposed tonight.
Yeah, okay, I know, I was asking more generally, everything on this agenda that we're looking at tonight has been vetted by the BOC.
Yes.
Okay, that was just my question.
Does not mean that all members of the BOC support the motion.
Understood,
Okay.
understood.
Okay, any further discussion? And I think the motion you made, or who made the motion?
I made a motion
Yeah,
to take
remove from
item
the,
H off
from the agenda. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of having that item removed from the agenda, please indicate in the usual manner. Aye. All right. So that takes care of this,
Any
Lucinda.
opposed?
Any opposed? So, Sherry, you had item 2 and 1?
7.
2 and 7. Okay, do we want to take those up right now, please?
Sure, so my question was on the approval of the December 7th meeting that we had with Media World and the board. When I looked at the minutes, a couple of things. When I looked at the minutes, they lacked any substance, meaning there was nothing in the minutes that even talked about why the meeting was even really happening, nor what some of the major concerns were within the discussions. So I'd like to see the minutes be added to. I would be happy, because I took many notes that evening, to add some of that context to the minutes, but minutes should be written so that if we wanted to reflect on them at some future time, we know what happened, at least in a global, general way. These minutes don't say that in any stretch. Secondly, I looked for the attachments that are talked about under member comments, and it says see attachments. I didn't find them neither in our packet nor online, so I don't know where those attachments are. And then also, Allison, the fourth person that spoke that evening, did have member attachments, and it doesn't say that she did, because I know she did, because I'm the one that handed them from her to you, or whoever they went to as they went around the table. So I guess my point on December 7th meeting is they don't reflect what happened in that meeting, and I think they need to before we approve the minutes.
I have a comment as the secretary. Our standard for minute taking is not to try to capture the dialogue of the minutes. It is not, well, it's certainly not possible for me. I don't know if it's possible for possibly Sabrina, who's so much better at this than the rest of us, but it's to capture the topic and the speakers. We had a topic, we had the number of member speakers that were identified, and I believe that I scanned all of the attachments that I had.
We just never include the attachments in your board packet because
Oh,
it would
okay.
make it hundreds of pages longer.
Okay.
So we just include the minutes, and then when they're approved and posted, all those attachments appear on the website.
Okay.
The minutes one.
Yes, because I scanned everything and sent it off.
Yes, I have it. It just
Yeah.
wasn't,
So,
those attachments were never.
So yeah, we don't, I believe I followed the standard that, as I understood it. So,
I just feel that one sentence for that entire meeting that says discussion on contract with Media World took place in open session is woefully lacking anything. So what? So what? There's no what there.
so what else would one put? That people were upset, that people were happy, that, all of those things are true, but, I think the content of certainly for anybody who wrote attachments, their general feeling is certainly well captured. Anybody who spoke only, but didn't provide, we simply have a note that, for example, Tammy, I think maybe was a speaker that night, but didn't have written comments. It says Tammy Petrine, her address, and so there's an accurate reflection of the speakers that were there.
I'm not even talking about what the speakers had to say. I'm talking about what the board had to say with Media World.
Right, but-
It was a conversation. So there were 4 main points that evening, just to list the 4 main points. Doesn't even have to have a lot around that, just to show. So in a year from now, if somebody says, well, what happened on that December 7th meeting? This says nothing
Right, but there's four main points from your perspective, there's four main points from other people's perspective. It's very, I don't think it's realistic, and it's not the standard of any of our minute capture to try and do that.
Question, the attachments, do they include the, if I remember correctly, Media World had a document that spoke to their main concerns,
I believe that those are.
which is what we were going to discuss.
No, Mr. Sabrina and I were
Yeah,
present
yeah,
during
you
that
want-
meeting,
say
so
wants to-
we can't.
I don't believe they gave us a document.
Well, we had the request for the meeting, which included,
There was like an email, right?
If we would attach that to the minutes, that would
That
take
would give
care of,
context.
that would give you the context of the meeting. But there's no indication
So-
that that
Yeah.
will be attached or should, or is attached.
So why don't we remove them from this meeting, bring them back revised with the attachment from Media World and have them at the next meeting?
We discuss the minutes at the next meeting. I'm fine with that.
Is that,
Mike?
Yeah, very briefly, the standard is to just capture the decisions of the board,
Right.
not the discussion. All the proceedings here are videotaped.
That one was
that
not.
one was not. 'cause it
That was
an
not a
executive
board meeting,
session.
that was videotaped. Therefore, I think there should be more substance in the minutes. Because there's no way for the public to see what the board
Right,
discussed at
but,
the meeting.
but I think that, again, people have different perspectives on what took place. And so it's very difficult, beyond capturing the actual speakers and the actual actions, to capture, issue capture is, maybe it felt like a big issue to Media World, but maybe something didn't feel like a big issue to somebody else. And
Understood,
so
but it was a board meeting that was not videotaped for public consumption. Therefore, that meeting has to be documented in some way with some substance. So if the email, if we have an email that says all that, if that's to be attached to this, I'm good.
And I think the point is, because it was expected to be an executive session, we did not
Yeah, I
plan on
understand the
video.
reason why.
And when I asked the question, when I first became a board member, about how we captured minutes, the point was that because it was videoed, you could go back and look at the video to get the context, to get the emotions
Right.
and whatever. And so that went hand in hand with our action-oriented minute capture.
I think Counselor made an excellent recommendation. I don't think we'll get this resolved here tonight. Alyssa, you had your hand up?
Well, I do think that you can record the facts in the minutes. You can record Media World's view of their four statements, and if other people had, altering views, you can record those views as well and just state them as to who they're attributed to. I don't think it's difficult to do that.
That's not our standard, though. I mean,
Well, maybe it should be.
I don't think we're going to get this resolved here tonight. And your recommendation, Counselor, was, repeat it again?
to remove it from the consent agenda and from the agenda as a whole and bring it back up at the next meeting to discuss the revised minutes and to approve them if possible.
Yeah. Do we have to make a motion for that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll
Sharon?
move.
Okay. Mike, you're making a motion?
I'll move to do precisely what Counselor has recommended.
That needs to be cleaned up a little
To
bit.
Yeah.
to remove the December 7th, 2016 special meeting minutes from the consent agenda and to bring that back up at the February
23rd?
23rd
Yes.
Board of Directors meeting for
I
review.
would second that
and
motion.
approval.
Okay, second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a bigger general issue here. This isn't the only time that this has come up. And it's very difficult, and I know how we do it now, but the way we do it now allows for whatever is published to be the perspective and reflect the biases of the author. There may be a lot of shortcomings in it, and I'm not saying there's anything sinister about this, but it's lacking. We need more information somehow, some way, as Sherry was mentioning. This isn't the only time it's happened. A lot of these minutes, they give a very, very brief sometimes not even a snapshot view of what actually happened. Now, somebody can go back and they can go on the YouTube and spend whatever time it takes, but that's asking people to go through a lot of different steps and a lot of different times, and in this day and age, between Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook, everything else, people are looking to click quickly. Our website's great. There's tons of information on it. It's too complex. It's too tough to find things. I don't know the answer right now, but it's certainly something we need to look into in great detail, and it's an urgent thing. The more we get in contact with the community, the more they get in contact with us, the more they can learn about us and us about them quickly, easily, bang, bang, the better off we are. This isn't the only time the minutes. If I wasn't there, I can say if I just read these minutes, I wouldn't really have the flavor of what happened. And I think that's pretty common. It's not meant as a criticism of anybody. I think that the way we do it needs to be altered in some way. I don't have the answer to how that should be at this time. So with that in mind, I agree with Ken, and we can move on from there.
Okay, Lucinda.
I agree with Ray, because the whole point of having minutes is for people who weren't at the meeting to understand what happened at the meeting. Second, item D on the notes from this session say that I voted to go into executive session, and I don't believe I did.
That may be incorrect. I mean, there's
Yeah.
certainly the opportunity for error exists. And so that's why we have them reviewed and approved. And I think, actually, I submitted that with a question mark because wasn't clear based on my notes.
I'm pretty sure I voted against going into executive session. That can be changed.
And we can
I'll make a
correct
note that that
Yeah.
needs to change.
Any other further discussion? If not, all those in favor of bringing it back at our next board meeting in February, please indicate in the usual manner. I think that's unanimous, yeah.
What would be nice to see is when we go into an executive session is after we come out of it, is to have a statement, a summary of what was taught, even if no decisions were made, a summary of what we did for that hour. In this particular case, we were only talking about our goals for 17, not Kate's goals, Reston's goals. Why that can't be reflected in some summary statement of that we're going to be focusing on more of a strategic look this year, or we're going to be asking this or that. I mean, when I was reading this, I just felt like, it's like how we did a lot of work that night, and it just says we adjourned, and there's no, I don't know, it just feels like there should be something there that reflects what we talked about, and it doesn't, again, this was something as easy as our goals. I mean, I don't know why that would be hard or controversial to put into a set of minutes, even if it's a couple sentences. I feel like we're lacking some substance in how we are doing at least these minutes. Maybe this is the first time I looked really hard at minutes, I don't know. But I know when our board, when we do minutes at our company, our board, we do reflect all the decisions, of course, but we always think about if in a year from now I needed to go back and look at these, would I understand what we decided? Would I understand, at least at some level, what was discussed? And then you could go back to handouts and other things that you have at your disposal, but these don't even give you a place to go to. It doesn't even leave you a breadcrumb. And so, I don't know, I just wanted to have that discussion. I'm not saying for these I'm looking for any kind of amendment. I just think we need to raise point, rethink about what we're putting in these, to reflect to our community what we did, you know.
Well, also, I wasn't able to be at that meeting, and I would like to have the opportunity to go back and read the meeting notes and catch up and see what happened and, keep on par with everybody else. So
Yeah.
it'd be a great tool for other board members, because we can't always be at every meeting.
So what is your preference with regard to that set of minutes?
So I would like to, when it says the board returned to open session at 8:56, and they discussed X, Y, and Z. The strategic goal for 2017, we're really focusing on looking at the future of land. Whatever we want to write, I just would like to see something in there that says this was the direction that we are taking, and this is prior to actually writing the goals. So it's pre the goals, but we could talk about what we talked about. So I would just like this to
In the
be,
interest of time, what I would suggest is that we do the same thing with that set of minutes that we did to the previous set of minutes.
That would be fine.
And again, just for the record, neither Sabrina or I were
Understood.
at those meetings, so we cannot help in any way, shape, or form with that. And I would like to take up the concept of looking at our policy on recording of minutes with the governance committee, because we do have a policy on how they're done. So
think it's
if
a
we
great
can
idea.
add that to the agenda to take a look at how you all would like to move forward on that.
Thanks, Kate, that's a great idea.
Any other discussion on that? Okay, we need
There
to
is
make
a
an amendment.
suggested
Yeah.
So what I would say is without objection, both December 7th and December 13th minutes come off the consent agenda to be put on the February 23rd.
Respectful request.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sherry, do you have, how about the December 15th meeting before we make another motion?
Which-
Is that acceptable?
Could we
Regular.
Or
simply do a
the
friendly
regular meeting?
amendment to my?
Now I have a
previous-
correction on the 15th.
Okay, so, okay.
So we're good.
Well, we're
Okay.
going to
No,
treat the
there's something
7th and the
13th the same,
13th the
so
same,
So
so
what's-
could we do a friendly?
you'd better,
Oh, we've
you've
already
already,
voted.
right.
I might note just, it's a typo or something, but it
So
says
without
December
objection-
15th one place and December 13th another place.
Well, those are two
Two
separate meetings.
separate meetings.
One was the 13th and one was the 15th.
Right.
So,
Before we make a motion, could
Yeah.
we ask Sherry what is up with the 15th, so we can maybe make one motion?
She didn't have anything. for
she didn't have
She
it on
did.
I just have a correction.
Oh,
Simply a
Just a
correction.
15th was good. So without objection, I don't know if Sabrina caught this, Counselor?
However, I apologize. Sherry said she had a correction
For the
for the
15th.
15th. Right, okay.
So then it does have to come off because it needs to be made. The correction
Correct.
needs to be made.
But it is my understanding that they already voted to take off these meeting minutes and include them in the agenda. We have yet to approve the agenda, even though all three of those items were taken off. So I am concerned procedurally that we're taking things up and we haven't approved the agenda yet.
Well, you've taken them off the consent calendar.
Okay.
And you've already indicated that you're going to put them back on. So when we come to the agenda, that's where you could talk
So
about
some of these things are already being discussed even though we haven't put them back on.
Right.
Okay.
You've got the 7th, number 7.
I have that motion. Is this a separate motion for the 13th?
Separate motion for the
Right.
13th.
Nobody's made this motion yet.
Correct.
We need a motion?
I'll make
I
the
thought you said
motion.
without objection.
Yeah,
No.
that's it.
No.
Okay,
I'll
my
make the motion that it be removed.
13th.
Second,
13.
Okay, we need a second.
A second.
second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. Without objection.
Thank you. If it's just
Um,
a typo, you can,
No, it's just I wasn't at the meeting and I'm voting.
okay, thank you.
But
page
directors,
2.
if I may, out of respect of time, we receive our packages on Friday before the actual board meeting. And I think it would be extremely helpful if we would all review those packages, and if there are concerns, we address those before we get into the board meeting. It would make the board meeting go a little more smoothly and a little more faster. Just a suggestion.
I would just like to understand how you would expect, how you want us to do that, because isn't that what the board meeting's for? Is to talk about our concerns?
You're right, absolutely. But the purpose of the consent calendar was to reduce the amount of time spent discussing each item.
So if, I guess to the extent that you know that something is going to be objectionable on the consent calendar, you can call in earlier and it could be.
So have it removed already?
That's just a suggestion.
Okay, no,
You- no.
that's,
You had this number 7, I think you were going on to.
No, I think she, actually, no, we're on 2, on December the 15th. You said something was listed, for the record, it would be important for Sherry to say what page that was on so that we can do it, and that, then the motion would be moved to approve as amended if she's comfortable with that.
so the error is on page 2, under a motion passed, it's like third through the page. It says I voted for a position. And I wasn't in attendance, so.
Right above item C,
Yep.
okay?
So do we need to make a motion, or can we do without objection, have that corrected in the minutes?
Do it without objection if it's approved by everybody.
Approved by everyone here?
Objection?
Without
15.
objection.
For the 15th.
Yeah, I abstain, I wasn't at the meeting.
Right.
Oh,
So that's different.
No, that's
Now we need
different.
to make a motion and a second so that you can abstain. So that's okay, just want to make sure we follow proper procedure on this.
Okay, did you make the motion? You made the
I
motion.
made the motion.
Okay, was there a
consent
second?
calendar then.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. I thought she was abstaining.
Are
Yeah,
you
she's
gonna
voting
abstain?
aye there.
On that one I am, on the next one I'm abstaining.
Right, that's fine.
To take it off the
She's
consent,
removed-
I want to make sure Mike understood what he made a motion for.
Right, I
Was
thought
it
it
either
was-
the minutes or was it to take it off the
Just made a
consent
motion to
calendar?
amend the
Starting.
And I thought we had already taken that off the consent calendar.
I thought the motion was to approve the minutes as amended.
Oh, was that?
Right,
That's the
exactly.
motion that I made.
And that was the one that was
That one
voted
you
on and
abstained
approved.
from.
That's the
Okay.
one you don't want
I
to.
would like to, before we continue, I would just like to emphasize Ellen's point. A
Yeah.
lot of this could be handled ahead of time with just a quick call or an email to all of us that X, Y, and Z needs to be changed. Because we're 35 minutes in and now we're procedurally tripping up on each other.
Lucinda?
This will be really fast. On page 4, item J, I left the meeting before this vote was taken, and it shows that I was voting on item J, and also, I think that the next, yeah, there's a couple motions in there where it says that I voted for it, but I wasn't at the meeting. Just you can take those out.
Okay, so we need a motion to amend.
Well, you
I
did,
make a motion to amend the December 15th meetings notes to remove my name from voting on item J. There were 2 motions in that item. I believe that I was not at the meeting. I did not vote for them.
Okay, do we have a second? Do we have a motion?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of amending the,
Approving the amended.
As amended.
Approving the-
Minutes as amended
as amended,
of
please,
December 15th.
of December 15th, removing the sender's name when not appropriate, please raise your hand.
I respectful request. I think you guys were still in
the middle.
in the middle of discussion. So I'm not sure you needed to move and second yet again. You were just, Lucinda was just pointing out before the final vote was taken that there were a couple of other items that needed to be corrected. So the motion came from Mike and was seconded by Danielle.
Right?
Is that what you were
That's
concerned
exactly
about?
what I have.
That's what I was concerned there too. So,
So I'm making a friendly amendment.
Appreciate it.
okay, got it.
I support that friendly amendment.
And do we need to vote on the friendly amendment, Counselor? All those in favor of
Vote on the
the,
motion.
Right, on the,
on the
On the
motion
motion.
as amended.
as amended, please raise your hand. Ab- Abstain, objections? You didn't raise your hand, Jerry.
I wasn't at the meeting.
So
I
she's
abstained.
abstaining.
So you abstain. Okay. Where are we?
Okay, item 7.
Okay, item 7.
So item 7, it talked about, and I tried to go back and find more information about, I know this is the additional funding for the trail.
This, if you want it off the consent agenda, let's take it off the consent.
I thought we already did
I
that.
thought they
Yeah.
did
We
that
did,
as well.
we did.
So then it should be put back into the agenda as a whole. Right.
We have to decide
Somewhere.
where,
Oh, okay.
Right.
Decide where on the agenda you'd like that to be
maybe it could
placed.
replace me.
What do you want it on the agenda, Sherry?
Doesn't matter.
Or
Could be at the
could I
very end
make
if you
a,
want.
could I make a suggestion that given the time
It could be moved to next
that
month.
Do it
we
next month.
set it off to next month's meeting? If that doesn't cause any undue hardship.
Maybe some of Sherry's concerns can be
There's
addressed
Snow.
before the next meeting.
There may
Can
be
we just
problems with
simply
snow
put it
between now
At
and
the end.
We just put it at the end.
You may, Mike has a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'm not,
Wait a
we're
minute.
not, I'm, forgive me.
Yeah,
We're not
please.
clear on exactly what the motion is.
Yeah.
My motion is to move this item, in the interest of time, to
February.
move this item to next month's agenda unless there's a particular reason staff believe we ought to address with today.
I second that motion.
The song, second, Smokey Robinson.
Okay, any discussion on that motion?
You've got,
I have a
But
question
staff.
Yeah.
of staff.
Okay,
Is there
That we are concerned that we will get snow between now and the 23rd of February, and we will not be able to clear that particular trail, to which we have agreed to do so that people can move around the community.
so move it to the end of the evening.
Why don't we
You've got a
just
motion on the table now to move it.
Could I make a friendly
amendment?
amendment
Sure.
to move it to the end of our agenda? I guess that would now become,
Before the exec session.
yes, between L and M.
We've got staff here that's going to provide some more input.
Maybe at the time that it's taken up, is that helpful? Because it's still staying on this agenda.
That's fine.
Fair?
If the friendly amendment is
Is approved,
accepted
right.
by the second and the first.
Okay, but we had Mike making a motion.
And so I'll accept the
Just
friendly
accept
amendment.
it? Okay, you accept
Who
it.
seconded?
Lucinda, accept the friendly amendment?
No,
You don't want to move it to the end of this meeting?
no, I don't.
Okay,
I
then
want
you
to.
have to vote on the motion the way that Mike made it.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Who seconded Mike's motion?
Lucinda
did.
did.
Okay. Discussion.
I have a question. Is that path currently being cleared of snow in the past? Is that,
It has not, on a regular basis, been cleared of snow.
So
And
this is a new
Section.
new section.
Correct.
And I would frankly defer till the February meeting. If we've not dealt
Yeah.
with it before, I know it's important, but I would defer it to the next meeting so that we can get out of here by 9 or 10:30.
Larry?
Just, the original agreement that was signed in October, we accepted 6 sections of trail, not all of the sections. Since that time, the county, as well as the Park Authority, which is a separate agreement, has gone above and beyond in doing repairs on those other sections based upon the items that we identified. And, you know, our staff, who spent a lot of time on the inspections and the walkthroughs and so forth, would quite frankly like to see this come to fruition, including the new section, so that we can sort of make this whole. February is our snowiest month, and I think if we wait till the end of February, we may miss the boat on a number of sections that heretofore have not been brought in.
So I'm hearing staff recommending that we deal with it tonight.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay, so I will,
The motion is already
On the
made.
floor,
and-
so we have to let
and you
this
have
one
to vote on
fail,
it,
to let
and you
this
have
one
to vote on
fail.
the
Motion to move
Yeah.
it to next month.
fine.
So call the
Call the
question.
So if I vote
I'd like to call the
no to
question.
the motion, then
Yeah.
I am voting to not move it to
To next
February.
month.
I just want to be clear
Yeah.
about what my no vote means.
Right.
Okay, all those in favor of Mike's motion, you want to repeat it again, Mike, or what?
To move this to the February agenda was my initial motion.
Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay. All those opposed, moving it?
Motion fails.
Motion did pass.
I move, do we need a motion to move it to the, okay, so
Yeah.
I move to move this item to later in the agenda before executive session.
I second.
Any discussion on that?
Can I just offer, alls I really wanted to understand was why we were clearing Fairfax County property. So this isn't about this as much as I'd like to understand what of Fairfax County services that they're supposed to be performing that we're performing for them. And if there's an arrangement that we've made, that's fine. It's, you know, it's not necessarily about this. So if we can, I could pull this off, put this back on the consent calendar if I'm allowed to do that, which I'm probably not, because
Not now.
Robert says
Not
I'm
now,
not.
too late.
It sounds like it'll be a brief discussion.
It was
We have
more
to
about-
discuss the item, right now we're doing the agenda. We can't
Okay.
discuss the item till we get to the
Okay,
item.
you made a
So-
motion?
Yeah.
I just don't want these
Okay.
guys to
You made a
say
motion, made a
You
second.
got it?
Any
Okay.
discussion?
Call the item.
Okay, all those in favor of moving it between, you said between L and M? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Please indicate in the usual manner. Opposed?
Oh,
Abstentions?
I'm opposed.
You're opposed, one opposed, and the rest was yay. All right, now where are we? Counselor?
Now you have to adopt the agenda as amended,
We need to make a motion to adopt the agenda.
regular meeting agenda.
I move
The
to adopt the regular meeting agenda as amended.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. Let's see. Opposed? One opposed? All right. Can we move on?
Yes, please.
We're down to
Item D.
item D. Board does, I'm sorry.
Ellen.
As many of you may already know, it is RA Board election time. We have 4 seats open this year with 1 at-large seat, the North Point District seat, the Hunterswood/Dogwood District seat, and the apartment owner's seat. The voting period begins March the 6th and ends April the 3rd. During the month-long voting period, the candidates, board, and staff have some important standards of conduct obligations to meet. To review those with us this evening, we have Ed Robichaud, Elections Committee Chair. Ed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair, actually. Since the public forum, let me quickly review the calendar. The candidate submissions close on Friday, tomorrow at 5 p.m. The committee will review those on January 30th, approve all certified candidates. We have an orientation for those candidates on February 2nd. Voting will be open March 6th through April 3rd, and March 9th will be our first of possibly multiple candidate forums to be held, at least one here. To the business at hand, Resolution 3, as amended in September of 2014. I'm required to read this into the record. Bear with me. Paragraph 1, to ensure fairness and avoid any appearance of impropriety, all inquiries from board candidates shall be directed to the Reston Association Elections Committee by email via electionscommittee@reston.org. 2, all candidates shall be treated fairly, openly, and equitably. Information made available by the Elections Committee to one candidate must be made available to all candidates. 3, candidates shall refrain from negative campaigning and personal attacks on other candidates or their supporters. 4, candidates shall not use Reston Association website or Reston Association social media sites, including but not limited to Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for any campaigning. Reston Association staff will be responsible for any and all election postings on those sites. Reston Association reserves the right to remove any postings on those sites that are not posted by the Reston Association staff. The association shall keep the Elections Committee informed of any improper postings as needed and appropriate. 5, candidates shall ensure that any campaign material issued by the candidate or any supporter contains a statement, the candidate, in quotes, the content of this campaign material has been reviewed and approved by candidate's name, end quote. 6, candidates shall not use the trademark Reston Association logo and/or mission statement on campaign materials. 7, candidates may make a statement about their candidacy during member comment portion of any association board or committee meetings. Making such statements during Reston Association-sponsored recreational or educational programming is not permissible. 8, Reston Association is not responsible for designing or disseminating campaign marketing information for individual candidates or slates of candidates. 9, once candidates have been certified by the Elections Committee as requested, the association will take a professional quality photograph of each certified candidate for use in all Reston Association produced materials for the election, including but not limited to election ballots, Reston Association website, and social media postings and press releases. Provide the local media with all of the certified candidate statements and photos for publication during the election. Record video spots for each candidate as part of a brief news segment about the Reston Association election and voting process. And finally, post a candidate statement and Reston Association produce photographs, videos on the Reston Association's website and other Reston Association-sponsored social media sites as appropriate. 10, candidates for election to the Reston Association Board of Directors are not permitted to place campaign posters in public rights-of-way along the streets. Campaign Reston Association staff are authorized to remove and report to Virginia Department of Transportation any such signs which are unauthorized. Reston Association shall provide each candidate with an electronic copy of the association's membership list, which include the member's name and Reston Association property address as of the record eligibility date as defined by Elections Resolution 4. That happens to be January 27th. Each candidate, I misspoke. I'll get you that date in a moment. Each candidate shall sign an agreement that such membership list, as well as names and property addresses therein, shall only be used by the candidate for proper membership purposes related to the board election and his/her membership in the Reston Association. Not be used by the candidate for the purposes of pecuniary gain or commercial solicitation. Not be copied and may be used only by the candidate or their designated representatives. And lastly, be returned intact upon completion of the year selection and no later than the date of that annual members' meeting to the Assistant Secretary. 13, dissemination and acknowledgement of campaign rules and standards of conduct policy. Once certified by the Elections Committee, each candidate, each Elections Committee member, Board of Director, departmental directors of the association shall be provided with a copy of this policy and specifically asked to read, complete, and execute the association's Board of Directors Election Campaign Rules and Standards of Conduct Statement, Addendum A, which you have in front of you. Signed Board of Directors Election Campaign Rules and Standards of Conduct Statements shall be maintained by the Assistant Secretary and shall be retained as part of the association's official books and records. So if you would sign your Addendum A now.
They don't have, I'll furnish them.
Good job reading it.
Okay.
Funny.
January 27th actually is the record eligibility date. I correct myself. So we would appreciate your help in conducting a fair and free election. We have some nice grip cards this year. We'll have some good publicity going out. We've increased our online participation and hope to drive that up close to 10,000 by the end of the cycle. And I thank you for your time.
Ed, any questions for Ed? Director?
Just want to thank Ed and his committee for reviewing our procedures, make sure everybody follows them, and looking for improvements. Ed, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, these were the amendments approved by you as of September 2014. So that's our last operating. Yes, Ms.
And what is the increase over previous years? I mean, at what rate is the online participation growing, would you say?
I think
have
our
any
first year
numbers?
was about 3,000. Last year was 6-ish. We're up to about 8 and change now. So
Any other
Rena
questions?
was helpful, and we're trying to combine all the rest of the association electronic things. So we've mined the WebTrack list or solicited those.
Right.
And any other communications that have come in electronically to let those people, as they must do, individually
yeah.
opt in by property address.
Right. Great, thanks.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Ed, thank you so much, you and your committee. Okay, we're down to item E, the status of Tetra/Lake House review. For our next item, I turn to RA's Vice President, Mike Stenio, to provide us with a report on the status of the Tetra/Lake House independent review. Mike, the floor is yours.
Very good. Thank you very much, Madam President. Very pleased to share with the board that we were successful in securing a contract, which we'll discuss in executive session later on this evening, from Stone Turn. It is most unfortunate that we weren't able to get to agreement on the initial proposal. The basic terms are the work would be complete by February the 28th. There are budget implications on that.
Any questions for Mike? Okay.
What are the budget implications?
The cost is $45,000, up to $45,000.
Not to exceed.
And so a decision we'll have to take is, where do we get the $45,000 to complete the work?
Is that a decision we're making tonight?
I would urge the board to take a decision to move forward. That would be my recommendation. But I know that you'll want to discuss contractual terms and so on and so forth, and we'll do that in executive session.
Did we give them a deadline for their final report?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we
And
did.
excuse me, Mike, that's also in the contract I don't know if you reviewed it yet or not, but clearly stated, and I appreciate that, yeah.
Because it's still a contract under negotiation, I
Right.
would respectfully request that we take that up in executive session in case the board has questions like this.
Did we get a copy of the contract?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
It's in the
Yes, you did.
packet.
It's in your email?
Oh, it's not in.
Was delivered on
Friday.
Monday.
Friday?
Tuesday.
Or Friday,
Tuesday.
the contract's been in
You can
Friday.
also send directly to each of the board
Mhm,
members.
okay. All right, so we'll discuss it further in exec session, if that's agreeable with the board. Moving on to item F, member comments. Member comments during Reston Association board meetings are reserved for Reston Association residential property owners as well as renters. When called on, speakers are to state their full name and street address. Individual members representing their own interest or opinion are allotted approximately 3 minutes to speak. Individuals speaking on behalf of a homeowners group, Reston Association committee, or Reston-based organization are allotted approximately 5 minutes to speak. Thank you. And first we have Mr. John Mooney.
Madam President, my comments really are on item H. Should I wait until that item, or should I do it now?
Now,
Well, that
That
item has
item's been moved to
Yeah.
next month.
yeah, that item has been moved to next month.
But we can still hear
We
its
could still hear
comments.
it. I
Yeah,
think it's
well, why don't you come up anyway? We can
I'd
certainly
like to hear
listen and
what
hear
he
what you
has
have to
to
say. And we can use it for next month.
Good evening.
Evening.
Madam President, Board. I am concerned about some of the things, some of the assumptions in the county's proposal.
Mr. Mooney, can we get your address?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
street address.
Yes, John Mooney, 1400 Churchville Place. And I'm concerned about some of the assumptions in the analysis done by county staff, and I'll mention just two. They assume that, as the speaker in the December meeting said, the representative for the county said in the December meeting, that they assume that any increases in costs due to escalation will be covered by proportional increases in funding. And I am very skeptical of that for two reasons. One is that the state share is dependent on actions by the General Assembly. And anyone who follows the Virginia General Assembly on transportation funding knows how perilous any predictions are. Secondly, it assumes certain federal share, and we don't know. I'm sorry. We don't know really what's going to happen. There's great talk of infrastructure investments, but this administration is not easy to track right now. So if the state and federal funding fall short, the burden will fall on the county or on the citizens in the transit station areas. My second concern is that unspoken, and this is kind of maybe the horses out of the barn already, the whole herd of horses. But by building this network in the transit station areas, we are going to be creating housing, and we're going to be creating businesses. And those people who, the residents, are going to have to get to their work. And the workers are going to have to get to the new businesses. And my question is, what does the development of that sub-network of Greater Reston do to the entire Reston transportation system? What pressure will there be to widen our roads, and also new signalization, and who will pay for that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mooney. Next, we have Mr. Ed Abbott.
Officer.
I know.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ed Abbott. I live at 2218 Wake Robin Lane. I represent Reston Recall. Reston Recall is dedicated to removing members of the RA board responsible for the Lake House fiasco. I've just handed you Reston Recall's report because you, the board of directors, together with the RA staff and legal counsel, have failed to negotiate a contract to investigate the circumstances that led up to the purchase of the Tetra property at an inflated price, as well as the cost overruns associated with that purchase. We have taken it upon ourselves to examine the public record and present the known facts. I should emphasize here that the public record only tells part of the story. The underlying reasons for these known failures cannot be determined unless an independent investigation is done. More on that later. Those facts include the following failures of the board. Purchase of the Tetra office building for over twice its county appraised value of $1.2 million by requesting the appraiser add a restaurant to the appraisal, even though RA did not want to use the building as a restaurant, and it was unlikely such usage would ever be approved. 2, grossly underestimating the building's renovation costs, both inside and out, in the referendum to sell the deal to the membership. Signing a sloppily written leaseback agreement that allowed Tetra's former owners to cancel the lease, resulting in a $100,000 loss in RA revenues. Allowing the staff to run up renovation costs by more than a factor of 3 without the knowledge of the members. Sabotaging its own motion for an independent financial evaluation of the Tetra fiasco by insisting on excessive RA control and contractor liability, contrary to RA contracts for similar work on the selected vendor, who had agreed to do it on a pro forma basis. The detail supporting these facts is provided in the report I have provided. More importantly, perhaps, is what board members have said in the past about the Lake House. Allow me to paraphrase. Director Thompson, with respect for the purchase price, you don't believe your appraisal? Yes, but that's not the question. Who asked that a restaurant be added? Chairman Graves, with respect to the membership acceptance. I had many people at the opening of the Lake House congratulate the board on purchasing the Lake House. Okay, but if you go out and talk to the community at large, as I have done, more than 50% are appalled by the purchase and the cost overruns. The other half have no knowledge of it. Director Thomas on cost overruns. These things happen with large projects. Yes, indeed, but they do not. They do, but the people responsible are either fired or the contracts canceled. Director Blitzer on cost overruns. I tend to see my glass half full. This is nice sentiment, but it does not address the problems getting at the causes of the overruns. Director Sanyo on the need to complete the independent financial evaluation. We need to get the evaluation done before we start on a $2.7 million renovation to the maintenance facilities. No, we need to stop any further work on any projects, regardless of the schedule, the root causes of this fiasco are determined and corrected. The only way Reston gets back to its purpose as defined in the deed, articles of incorporation, and the bylaws is to elect a board with a majority of members who will undertake a thorough evaluation of RA's organization, including but not limited to the senior staff leadership team. Reston Recall will be reaching out to those candidates in the upcoming election and supporting those that agree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed. Next, we have Mr. Doug Britt.
He's part of item.
Okay. Mr. James Dean.
Good evening, I'm James Dean, I live at 11195 Square Sale Court. I actually want to echo many of the comments Mr. Abbott made. I also want to echo some of the comments made earlier about the minute, your board meeting minutes. Yes, it may be usual for you to just record actions, votes and actions. But again, given cost overruns on Lake House, given some of your budgets, given you're increasing the assessments at a rate that is unsustainable for many people in this community, your membership wants more information from you than just a recording of your actions and your votes. The other thing is you could have recorded the meeting that you had, the special board meetings that you had. You chose not to do that. That does not serve your membership interest, and you need to, in the future, when you have special board meetings, you need to record those and post those to your website. I also am very concerned. I realize that Lake Ann may need some work, dredging and so forth, but I'm concerned that work on the dock and so forth could lead us into a similar situation that we had with Lake House, a similar situation that we've had with Central Services Building. When I talk to RA members and tell them how much we're spending on that Central Services facility, they shake their heads. No one can believe that we're spending that kind of money over a 2 or 3 year period on that facility. And we certainly, situations like the Pony Barn, we don't want to see, I'm all in favor of doing things we need to do, but putting a lot of money into a new dock and so forth at Lake Ann is not a wise use of RA members' funds. You can do that through, you could see if the Lake Ann merchants are willing to chip in money for that. You could go to the Friends of Reston and see if they can fundraise for it. But you need to be much more careful with how you're spending your members' funds. Many of you seem to forget this isn't your money. I mean, if you want to write a check and donate for the Lake Ann dock or donate for better tennis facilities, please do that. I encourage you to do that. But when you're spending our money, you need to be more mindful of that. And I would ask you to please do a better job in the future of considering that. I also want to thank those people with Media World that agreed to step up to try and do that review. I think it's disgraceful that you were not able to come to terms with them. And that's just very, very unfortunate. But I soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Next, we have Arlene Prager.
Thank you. John, had you been at the 2050 meeting the other night,
Arlene, can we get your address, please?
Oh, 11563 Brass Lantern Court. How many people here are familiar with the 2050 plan? Please raise your hands. Board members included.
What?
Don, are you familiar with it? Oh, how come you didn't raise your hand?
You mean the RNAG funding plan?
Yeah, the 2050 Development and Transportation Plan for Reston. How many of you are familiar with that plan?
Yeah. We had a presentation not too long ago for that.
Okay. Well, I know that there are board members here who I spoke to last week who had never heard of the plan. Most of the people in Reston have never heard of the plan. And in terms of the transportation issue that John raised, had he been at that meeting, he would have realized that there is a massive plan by 2050, actually it's 2010 to 2050, to change Reston into a city, a major city. And that the costs for some of the projects will fall on the residents living in certain communities, their taxes are going to rise because they happen to live in the vicinity of the metro. So I think this is, of course, an outrage. I think the whole plan is an outrage. But what's more an outrage, and which is one of the problems that I keep coming back to over and over again, is I love Reston. I love living here, okay? So don't get me wrong. But I think that to a certain extent, RA is failed government, period. Because there is no effort, rather there's an effort in the opposite direction to keep most of the citizens of Reston Association completely in the dark about what you people are doing at RA. I don't mean just the board. It's almost as if you have forgotten that we, the people, are Reston Association. You are not. You are the government of Reston Association that we elected. You serve us, we do not serve you. So if I had a chance to change things, I would insist that a postcard be sent to every single member, Reston Association member, that's every person living in Reston, about these meetings. And that on the postcard, there be a place. If you want to know about meetings, please click on this email address. Because we should be having hundreds of people at these meetings, especially the 2050 meeting the other day, which will literally change the course of all of our lives. And again, I went to a P&Z committee meeting 2 days ago about a massive plan to build a luxury nursing home that I don't think will be for the benefit of the people of Reston. I think people will be coming all over the place to live in that nursing home, and I think only people who can afford it will have access to it. And when I consider where the station is going to be, the new metro station is going to be, and where that development for this nursing home is going to be, and the traffic on Reston Park, or the traffic on Sunrise Valley turning onto Reston Parkway, right now it takes me 20 minutes to make that turn sometimes. And I'm talking about not during rush hour.
Arlene, would you mind sort of wrapping it up for us?
Yeah, I think I've wrapped it up. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Next, we have Victor, and I cannot make up the last name. It's 11501 Maple Ridge Road. Again, the name is Victor, and the address is 11501 Maple Ridge Road. Anyone else in the audience who did not sign it would like to speak? Please come up to the podium.
Hello, my name's Karen Wilkins. I live at 11467 Waterview Cluster. I'll start out by thanking you all for doing what is a hard job, and I can imagine sitting here until 11 o'clock at night once a month is quite a task. So I am grateful for you all doing that work. But I'm here to say that I was compelled to come up here because I am so frustrated with the overspending on the Tetra building. I just don't know what to do about it. I've lost a lot of faith in the Reston Association, and I'm stunned to hear that you're contemplating signing a contract that would spend an additional $45,000 on that property. I know that while that property was under construction, we walked around Lake Newport quite a bit, and we noticed people working on that property on Christmas Day. And you can't help but think, how much were you paying somebody to work on Christmas Day? And that is a gross oversight. And I also think that the amount of money that was overspent, it's gross negligence. And it would be irresponsible not to do some sort of audit to understand how this happened so you can prevent it from happening again. You're talking about building a dock and doing other large construction projects. How can you possibly embark on those if you don't know what went wrong doing the Tetra renovation. And I think that having the dues go up, I can't help but believe that it's because of the overspending with the Tetra. So I just wanted to share my feelings with you. I think you know that probably a good part of the Reston population feels this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
My name is Jill Gallagher. I'm at 1388 Concord Point Lane in Reston. I know a lot of you from our neighborhood and through other activities in Reston. And I was part of the Media World team that was supposed to be helping you guys with your Tetra project independent review. And I myself was very disappointed that we didn't get the contract. We had worked very hard from August until the end to try to understand what happened. And I'll tell you one thing you did right is post all your documents online. That is one thing you did right. We went through every single document that you had online, and we generated questions about every single document that we had as members, as people who don't sit in your shoes, as people who pay the assessment. And then we looked at all of your YouTube videos online from your meetings from the time this started in January. And we went through everything and wrote down all of our questions about what we would ask you if we were in a one-to-one meeting with you or if we were in a meeting with you as a board, because we were preparing to do the assessment. And what I submitted for the record is our assessment of the first meeting, where we had many, many questions, including a 2-hour executive session that occurred before the project was even presented. And to members, it looks like a lot of the decisions were made before you even heard about the project. So, and for us, as sitting from the outside, we don't understand your full processes. And so we don't understand your roles and responsibilities. And in that meeting, it appeared that the attorneys, it doesn't name names, but it says your attorney and your land use attorney went into that meeting, and 2 hours later you came out and voted on a referendum to purchase. So this, to me, a lot of things happened in that meeting that your members were not aware of. And I think that is the source of this problem. And the assessment that we provided here, and we're entering for the record, goes through the questions that we as members and we as part of that independent contract team would have asked you had we had gotten the contract. And the one thing that stuck out to me today is this meeting minutes details. Your meeting minutes, you had board members that were clearly doing their jobs. You had board members saying, this process seems to be going very fast. This is a very big purchase. Can we please slow this process down? Can we please talk about if there's overruns? There's always overruns with projects. The pace continued as it was presented. The concerns of the board members were not heeded. And we elected you because we trust you. And we want you to speak louder about your concerns. And we want you to assert your concerns stronger because we trust you. And one of the things that we found in some of these meeting minutes is that your concerns were not reflected in there. So the concerns of the board members to slow the process down, to have us wait and see what is all this stuff we are being presented, give us time to review it. You had no time to review. And this to me was very apparent because no questions were asked. How can you process so much information in one meeting? Multiple motions on the floor. For us as members, it was hard to understand. And it's a major purchase. So the things that we gave you are questions on your processes. We gave you questions on your financial decisions that you were made. Primarily for me, there was a lack of plain language. So for your members, we didn't understand what you were saying. In one instance, they cited a section in the deed. And that actually referred to assessments, and I had to go back and look at it, but it referred to assessments. So you're securing the loan on assessments, not on revenue from programming, not on other revenue. You're securing your loan based on assessments. That was never clearly said in plain language. If you want your members to understand what you're doing, speak in plain language. The other thing is the timeline. When your members express concerns about the timeline, I, as a member, want to understand if you have the right to stop that process. Do you? Do you as board members have the right to stop the process? I trust that you will if you don't think it's good for us. And this is what I'm appealing to you as board members, to please speak louder, represent our interests. You did a lot of it in the meeting. It just didn't go to the next level, and we want you to do that for us. So I think, please look at our summary. Please pass this on to the new contractor. We have more of these. This is one meeting. We have more of these to come. We did do work. We did have time. We did spend a lot of time on this. And I personally, myself, wanted to share this with you so that you can take it to the next contractor. And hopefully, we'll get improvements in processes that will prevent this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallagher. Anyone else who would like to speak?
Can we get a copy of that?
Absolutely. I'll scan it if I can send it tomorrow.
Thanks.
John, and then Tammy, I think your hand was up.
You notice I'm not bringing any paper. John Bowman, 12229 Corn, that's Quorn Lane, Hunters Woods. Okay. I stand before you, you're probably thinking of me as the co-chair of the MTAC. I'm standing here as myself, okay? And I want to draw your attention to the item that you removed from the agenda, which was the RNAG code. There are a couple subtleties that I just wanted to stand before you and remind you, and hopefully I'll see some of your pins moving on this. Fundamental principle of what the county is going to do. Let me take a tangent. There are those who would subscribe and advocate to you the county's going to do whatever they want to do despite what we say. You're welcome to subscribe or dismiss those conspiracy theories, okay? But what the county is proposing is a, in play on words, a service district that applies to the TSA only, not to rest in deeded properties. Let me say it. TSA properties only, not rest in deeds. So your current members, aside from not being, sorry for the opinion, the challenges of roads not being constructed or having sufficient capacity to allow movement through the TSA areas, that's going to be the impact on your current members. If you have future members who you negotiate with the property developers to include their residents in RA, then they will be your members. So please bear that in mind. The impact of what the county is doing, their success in funding and building these transportation facilities will have an impact on us in our daily life and time, but not necessarily in cost, unless we rent or buy in a unit that is in the TSA. And the second item I would like to remind you, that I remind Tom Basadny from Fairfax County every time, and he reminds me, the county does not have a fine tool to assign cost sharing on transportation projects based upon the demand that any individual user or property owner will put on the transportation network. If you, God bless you, you're fortunate enough to do well in this life, and maybe you're a widower or a widow, or you're not that yet, but you have the good fortune to buy 2 floors of one of those properties, they're going to charge you by the value of what you have because you happen to have it, as opposed to the demand that you're going to put on the roads and transportation. The county does not have the ability to shave the metal that closely. The only thing they have is the assessment, the property value. I would encourage you to think about encouraging the county to find a better tool, because as it is, what you will get from the community is the developers have more weight on the committee that created this resolution, and they have a vested interest to make their costs as low as possible, and they're the ones who are going to be making the money. You can make that argument. Okay. So I just want to remind you, I'm going to repeat it, they're not RA members unless you cut a deal with the developer to include them. It's going to impact your members' ability to move through the TSA areas, and the county doesn't have the right tool to assign cost sharing and projecting what they're doing, so they're using what they have.
Thank you, John. Yeah. We'll take one more, then we must move on. Tammy?
Tammy Petrain, 2503 Foxcroft Way, speaking for Reston 2020. To follow on the RNAG theme, I went to the WMATA meeting last night, and John Mooney's 100% on board. There were Republicans and Democrats on that WMATA committee that gave the public hearing. And the consensus was, the information from Virginia State is in 2019-20, there's a 1 point something billion cliff. And this is bonding that McDonald's signed us up for that comes due then. There will be no funds coming from the state for anything in Fairfax County. They don't know how they're going to pay these bonds, and they're trying to go, what do we do? So forget state funding. And then federal funding came up, and everybody just looked at each other and went, never mind. Who knows what's going to be there? The point that John made is perfect. We are going to be locally funding or county funding what goes on in Reston. 2020 position is, and I want to compliment Kate. Kate has worked her buns off sitting over there at that crazy RNAG stakeholders and advisory committee, both meetings, zillions of meetings. It was a false premise from the get-go that we needed this tax district. She's asked the board for guidance on this, and I don't blame you. It's so complicated, it can make your head fall off. But basically, the developers have so much money in profits that they're making, they even said at a meeting on the 19th of December, 3 of the 4 major developers got together and said they would pay the $350 million that supposedly is the reason for this RENAG tax district. But the 4th major developer said, no, I'm not going to pay it, and so it got thrown back on everybody. So then we get a task force that is overwhelmingly developer dominated. And the reason I'm speaking to you, and John Bowman's point is well taken, is we don't have very RA members yet. We have a few, I think, in Town Center North that are going to be victims of this. However, you will have more in the future if you take on members there. And the other danger is once a tax district gets local, easy to put another one in. There's no referendum that we get this or don't get it. The Board of Supervisors decides on it. There's no vote of the public to take on these taxes. The rate is variable, the term is indeterminate, and it's over when all the projects are done. Guess when all the projects are done? Never. So it's incredibly important. As far as I'm aware, February 28th is the hearing in the county. RA is the only mechanism that Reston as a community has to come together as a body of any authority and say, no, we will not take this. So if you need tutoring on what this is about, call us and we'll give you a 411. It's complicated. Okay, that's done. I would like to second the frustration of members that we are now paying apparently something in the realm of $45,000 for something that could have been done for $1 by local citizens. I'm also extremely alarmed at the continuing efforts of certain board members to keep things secret and have minutes not be detailed. And if the meetings are not filmed, thank you very much for filming this, members have no way of figuring out what's going on. And that was, in the past, how things were done at RA. There wasn't filming, nobody came to meetings. nobody knew what was done or was done in committee on the slide. I would like to propose that all committee meetings, BOC and Board of Governance meetings, be filmed so that we can see who's proposing what and why, and also that executive session be extremely limited to actual contracts between individuals and/or properties that there's personal information being explained, so that the members who care can actually follow it. RA needs to be transparent. There's been a lot of mistakes, and Tetra is the big one that's going to have the neon spotlight on it until it is completely unraveled, and it will be completely unraveled. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service. It's not easy to be a board member. I appreciate the board members who are moving for transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I think it's one more person and that's it. Hand up. Yes.
This is a quick question. This board voted against the St. John's Wood project, and you obtained legal counsel. Am I correct?
Yes.
We have legal counsel for land use matters, yes.
Yes, and this board voted down the proposal of the St. John's Wood project by Bizzuto, I believe.
For specific reasons, as it did not conform to the Reston Master Plan, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Bizzuto, that the county, the Planning and Zoning Commission, wanted to just keep the thing, what's the word I'm looking for? They didn't really want to hear it again. They didn't want to hear from Bizzuto. They wanted the thing to go away. Bizzuto insisted on having a hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission in Fairfax. It is on May the 25th. So I want to know what the position of this board will be, since you have voted against certain aspects of the development plan that are against our master plan and deed, and how will you utilize the services of the attorney? So I don't expect an answer tonight, but maybe you could put that on next meeting's agenda, because I think it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. On to item G, public hearing addition to property request Sunrise Square. In November 2016, our staff received a request from the owner, Seekers Homes, of the property located at 11690 Sunrise Valley Drive to include their 44-unit townhouse and condominium project as part of the Reston Association. Before I begin our public hearing on this request, I would like to invite our CEO, Kate Falkerson, to provide us with a brief overview on the matter. Kate, the floor is yours.
So up on the screen behind me is just an overview that I wanted to provide about the property, the subject property. It is in the same location as you may recall. Oops, I'm gonna, forgive me just a second, Sabrina, I might need help advancing. Is it on your computer?
You have the clicker.
It is not working, not a problem. I'm gonna get up, forgive me guys. Let me take this with me so Sean will be happy if I continue to talk into the microphone so everyone can hear it. So the property is going to be called Sunrise Square. It is being put together by Seekers Homes. It is located at 11690 Sunrise Valley Drive in Reston. It's approximately 44-unit townhouse and condominium project, and it is already under construction with anticipated completion date by July 2017. This is a map of where it's located. Many of you will be more familiar with the site as it used to be the former home of the American Press Institute. This is a look of what the property, what the planned development is going to look like. Toward the front here are where the condominium units will be. The rest are the townhouse units. Here they are putting in a park area with paved pathways, as well as a playground and an open play field. we have been, the board's authority in looking at this addition to property comes strictly from the deed on deed section 2 for addition to property. A couple of years ago, the board of directors approved land use resolution 3 that put parameters around any negotiations that staff and legal counsel could have before bringing something to the board. Specific things that the board wanted us to look for whenever we're talking with potential owners who wanted to become a part of the Reston Association or subject their property. The terms and conditions that we have negotiated with the Sekas Homes is that they would like to subject that entire property to the Reston Association deed. They plan on doing a nominal initiation fee to become members. They want to pay full payment for each of those 44 units of whatever the current year assessment rate is for the Reston Association. If they become members this year, they would pay a prorated amount. They will be establishing a cluster association, Sunrise Square. That means that that cluster association's design guidelines will be subject to the design review board to uphold. Any changes that are made to that property will have to go through the design review board, as would any cluster property that is part of the Reston Association. They would like to grant an easement over that park that I showed you in the last photograph over to Reston Association and its members. They would also like to have Reston Association maintain that for a separate maintenance fee. Something new that the association would be doing. Since it is their property, they would be contracting directly with us to maintain that area. That is all that I have to give an overview on that property.
Okay, thank you, Kate. I'd like to open the floor for public comments on this addition to property request. Anyone wanting to speak on it? This is a public meeting. I see a hand. Yes.
Just wanted to, actually, it's not so much a comment as a question. John Higgins, 41 Coach Lane. Are there other clusters in Reston that the Reston Association maintains their common ground? And I understand the attractiveness of that as an offer to someone to enter the association, but it seems to me, excuse the landscaping humor, that's a bit of a slippery slope. So I would ask the question, are there others that we do this for? A, B, would we, we, consider doing such maintenance for existing clusters upon request? And C, I don't really have a C, but I always like to have 3 points. Let's leave it at 8.
Okay. Yes.
If you'd like me to answer the
Yes,
question.
would you respond, please?
Reston Association currently does not maintain common area for any other clusters. The proposal here is not to maintain all of the common area for that property, just what we, for the cluster common area, which would be their roadways or anything like that. It's just for that separate parcel that, I don't know if we can you advance it for me? Just for that section that's open, the green section. Thank you, Julie, I apologize. The green section over to the right side. The governing documents do allow Reston Association to enter into separate agreements with any Reston Association group cluster to provide services of that nature. For a fee, yes, for a fee, a separate maintenance fee. That was put into the governing documents back in 2006 as something the association could get involved in.
Yes.
My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. I have a number of concerns which occurred to me as you were explaining this and as I read the documents earlier this week. First is the question of the holding of a public hearing. This is the first time I see these documents, and I think there should be much more time for the public to have an opportunity to review the documents, think about them, discuss them, and raise questions with the board as to whether this is appropriate or not. The time allotted to the public to read these documents And then to have to opine in a public hearing this evening is much too short. And too often we have seen with the Reston Association, the rush to judgment, and too often the rush to judgment has been wrong. And I think we should avoid that this evening. So this should not be considered the public hearing for this purpose, is my first point. The second point, and it is a question, and depending on the answer to the question, I will continue. Has the DRB reviewed this construction?
No, they have not. It is not a part of the PRC, so they have not, and currently there is no obligation for the property owner to go through the process.
That is precisely my concern. Here you have a project that is being brought into the board, brought into the Reston Association without it having been considered by the DRB. It should have been. This is a loophole, wide enough to drive a huge truck through. Is this to be the process that is to be used in the future to bring in other constructions that have not been reviewed by the DRB and thereby avoid the DRB consideration? This project was not brought before the EAC, and it has given no consideration to this project either. So we have no knowledge of whether it would have met concerns that would have been raised by the DRB or the EAC or any other entity in the Reston Association. And so the board is bereft of the recommendations of its own committees because it was not presented to those committees. Thirdly, we talk about a initiation fee, but there's no specification of how much that would be and on what basis. So the board is left to make a decision without having full knowledge. That, to my way of thinking, is inappropriate. Fourthly, we have the same problem with the maintenance and the cost of maintenance. We have no idea what the cost would be. We have no idea for how long the agreement will be. We have no idea how the Reston Association will be able to manage this. If the Reston Association is using all of its personnel who are accustomed to doing this kind of work presently, and all of its equipment at full potential, it has the implication of requiring Reston Association to go out and buy more equipment and hire more people. Has there been any assessment of what the implications are for Reston Association with respect to its equipment and its personnel and use, so that it can afford to do this, and how much will it cost? I've heard nothing about that this evening, and those things certainly need to be considered, because if the board makes a judgment this evening that this is fine and dandy, you're giving away the candy store once again. And personally, I would prefer to keep the candy store under control. I have no idea whether the design criteria used for the constructions of these units meets DRB guidelines. And so you will have, in effect, the board approving something that it has no knowledge as to whether it complies with DRB guidelines. Another reason not to do it this evening, at least without consultation with the DRB. I think this is a very poor decision to have in a public hearing this evening, and I think that the board is poorly prepared to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, do you want to get back with answers to Erwin, or is it possible for us to have a second hearing, public hearing on this? Or because of time restraints, is it impossible? Question.
Having gone through this, provided this information to the Board Operations Committee in November 30th, if I remember correctly, and having sent all of the information out to the board soon thereafter to alert the board that this was coming at this meeting, and having made, having done our public hearing announcements, I certainly understand any concerns that the board has, If that is your desire to hold another public hearing, we most certainly can. I'm not sure, but I would have to ask what the implications are with regard to the county and the fact that this property is going to be online in July, and I think that there are some requirements of the owner of the property to note for the sale what cluster or other dues are applicable. I do have some answers to some of the questions that were posed. I cannot respond to the DRB piece except for the fact that it's not currently a part of. I can certainly ask that of the owner if the board wishes to bring it before the Design Review Board at its next meeting, but any comments that are made by the Design Review Board are not enforceable on this property. I do believe that you all were provided with architectural renderings of the facilities as well. The maintenance would be perpetual. It would be for the entire, that would be part of the supplemental declaration of the property. It would never go away, and those fees would obviously be adjusted to fully pay for what it costs for Reston Association to take care of that maintenance. We did not feel when we looked at this internally that it was a burden on the association. It was actually fairly minimal, fairly simple to do because there are not a heck of a lot of features there. So it's just adding again to kind of what we do, but it didn't really make a big impact on us. The figure that we had worked on in terms of initiation fee with this property owner was the figure of $200 per unit, very nominal for that because of the provision of the open space that they were providing. If there was nothing in the way of recreation, we would have talked with them about a higher fee or asked for a higher fee. They don't have to pay an initiation fee, they don't have to pay for anything, but they were willing to make at least a $200 unit. We haven't finalized that either. That's the other piece, is I really didn't put a figure in front of you because I was hoping I could do a little bit better than that per unit. I still hope I am, based on the conversation here now. And it would have been up to the board as to how you wanted to use that money received, what you wanted to put it toward. Because it would be, for some type of, you could put it toward anything in particular, capital item, whatever you wanted to. It's up to the board as to whether you'd like to hold another public hearing. Again, I would attempt to try and hold it a little sooner rather than later, but I'm at the discretion of the board. We can do what is your pleasure on this.
Can I ask a question?
So, yes.
So, in general, I think the board has discussed before, not to speak for the board, but, certainly we want that corridor to be members. We don't want them hanging out there as non-members. The only way to keep Reston as one, the conceptual one Reston one is to be adding to the membership. It is disturbing. Not having people go through the DRB doesn't feel at all like the right thing, and not having comment from committees, who have expertise in, that is how we, that's how we form, the foundation for solid decisions, is by getting input from those groups. We haven't had any development inside of the membership area of Reston for so long, but they don't pay initiation fees, do they, when they start up? Like the Harrison, did they?
No.
They just pay membership.
Correct.
When they come online, okay. So,
just an observation is, since this property is not subject to Reston Association, Their plans have already been approved by all of the county entities now, and I totally respect the concept of going before the committees, and I think that's an interesting one, but I'm not sure I can affect what that property plan looks like at this point in time.
I understand that, and I'm not suggesting that we can take it back to the drawing board, but we did discuss needing to get in front of this. Now seems like we're on the wrong end of it, and then my other question would be, is this in the TSA?
Yes.
So this is that exact situation where we will now have members who could be impacted, and so we have to, if that is going to happen, then we have to have a way to formulate understanding about the impact to those people. So it's just on the surface it looks simple, but.
And I would like, if it is a desire of this board, that when we are talking with these developers to bring proposed projects before the committees, I would like to add that as part of the policy resolution for additions to property, because that is not in there, and I will most certainly do that if that is what you would so desired.
I think the challenge here is that this bypasses our own land use resolutions. It doesn't flow. It doesn't seem like it flows through that.
We did ask, and it's by request, if it's non-PRC, we do ask the developers, that developer, the owner of property, if they would please and consider making information, and it is up to them, but we cannot force them on that.
So we're really walking a tightrope here. We want the membership. The property's going to get developed regardless of what we can say or do, right? They have, because of where it is. So we're trying to get them in the fold without
that is a true
having
statement.
it be too crowded for us.
I'm at the disposal of the board as to how you would like to proceed.
Okay. Start with you, Shelley. Any comments?
Yeah, so, I think you're asking the right questions, right? So I guess I had a question, is the inclusion in RA coupled with the doing the maintenance of the property, is it all or nothing? Meaning they wouldn't want to be part of RA if we didn't take on the maintenance? Are they coupled together? Are they mutually exclusive?
They could be made mutually exclusive.
I was just
I
asking,
think part of it's the desire of the board, giving us easement over it was us, helping with the maintenance and trying to make sure it's maintained at a level, especially with a tot lot playground area that we maintain it at. It's the high standard there.
Oh, so can I ask? I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn.
Okay.
So if they're a member, they're a full member and they can get slapped with covenants violations and everything else?
Yes.
Okay, so once they're a member, then do they have to come into the DRB?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
so there's a post, so they would have to submit their design guidelines. So they might get stuff through that we don't like initially, but then we have to force them to maintain it that way.
So can I?
I'm sorry.
That was okay. That's okay. Because I know how that stream.
Apologize. We have a member who had her hand up and keeps waving, so then we'll come back to the directors. Tammy, was it you?
She was before me.
Yeah.
Patricia Lentz at 1317 Wedgewood Manor Way. I apologize, I am confused. If this property Kate, when you spoke about it, you called it a cluster. You made mention of it being a cluster. So if it's a cluster, to me, that's starting terminology that is related to the association. So it either is or isn't part of the association, and I think it needs to be. I think anything in Reston we have to have some control over. Clearly, architecture is a priority. We have fought, especially with St. John's Woods, of 3-level height to 5 levels, which a developer has come in and said, with Bozzuto obviously, what they want to do. And we have fought that tooth and nail, and maybe we might be winning right now. But Reston Association, you need to make this developer part of, legally, Reston Association. And you mentioned a playground. What if somebody gets hurt in that playground? Is Reston Association going to be sued? And my other question, and I talked, this was just briefly even before this meeting. I talked to you, Kate, about transparency and clusters. And I had previously sent an email, and I have a meeting with Trevor Wright, our association member for my cluster, and the absolute lack of communication for my cluster, the Wedgewood cluster, and the 64 townhomes that are in there. I am fed up. They took no stand in the fight for St. John's Woods. They said, oh, well, the members of our cluster need to approach them. They absolutely refuse to do anything on their own. There is no communication for what happens generally in Reston to the people that live in my cluster. I have walked door to door. I think it is absolutely essential that there's some bylaws written in the Reston Association principles in relation to the area called clusters in bylaws, and how the Reston Association can communicate to the board members and what they must do in communicating information to the people within their cluster. It's non-existent. We talk about transparency, we talk about lack of communication, and there is so many good things that this committee can do. You have to force people in their own individual boards to communicate, and you are the perfect body to do that. We meet one time a year. I kept asking, and I put it to our management company, TWC, why do we only meet one time a year? I can't get an answer. I can't get our board member to have a special meeting to confront and work with the people in my community. You are the people that can make that happen. Please do something about that. And in regard to this property, make it a cluster or whatever you want to call it, but make it a part of Reston so we have control. Thank you.
John, and then we'll come back to the directors.
John Bowman, 12229 Corn Lane with a QU. Still don't have any paper. I know Kate and Larry know this, but for the rest of the board, the MTAC attends every P&Z meeting. Generally, we look at these applications purely from a transportation point of view. To Irwin's, we don't look at them from the environmental point of view. The method of operations, that's the wrong term, but I'll stick with it, of the P&Z is they always ask the applicant, have they gone to the Reston DRB? It's totally voluntary, okay, for the applicant to go before the DRB as a courtesy. That's kind of a wink and a nod to the architectural review board that went away when they changed the deeds for all those properties in the TSA. You may or may not know the Planning and Zoning Committee. You would think planning and zoning, they're a bunch of land use guys and girls, men and women. Okay, you would be wrong. About half of them are architects. Okay. So between their architects and the DRB architects, you might get two of them who might agree that something is good architecture. Okay. In the last year, I do not recall, and I'll be wrong on this, I do not recall any applicant who has not done a courtesy visit to the DRB. Doesn't mean they haven't, but the P&Z is highly sensitized to asking them that and demanding. I personally would support that in the preliminary discussions, if a developer is considering their property to be part of RA, that the early on engagement is their plan has to be shared with our committees as well as the P&Z, because as you know, you have a structure. Your committees feed their comments up to Larry. Larry takes them to the P&Z. And so if you can help the P&Z ensure that you get DRB review if you say those are the rules of engagement. I think that's all the background information. You can think these things are ugly. You can think they're too dense. generally, we follow the P and Z. There's rarely a question that we would ask that someone on the P and Z, I'm tossing a bone to the P and Z. There's rarely a question that we would ask that they don't ask. Sometimes we ask for clarification. Sometimes you would never think a developer or people in the business would do double talk, but sometimes you have to be very plain and direct to get, particularly on the traffic side, on the transportation side, the actual traffic counts of the actual use of the current use of the property versus the book value. It's kind of like taking your car to the to the shop, and they charge you what's in the blue book for repair, and then when that really isn't what they're really, what it takes them to do it. So I would suspect that you would have that same challenge with environmental and otherwise. But I think you should add it to the process, and they do ask for DRB, so you're not, all is not lost. It may not be as good, but you do stand the chance if you bring them into RA, you're immediately going to give them, you're going to annoy them as new members with the potential that you're going to send them a covenants dunning notice on a brand new property. I probably wouldn't be happy if you did that. So.
Thank you, John. Tammy, and then we have to come back to our board, please.
Real quickly, I was at the Reston P&Z when this thing came up, and I have a couple questions for you, Kate. The green area is over the pipeline. That is a huge easement already. My question is, that's going to be the cluster common ground, not RA common ground. Is that correct?
It is part of the cluster that is being established with Reston Association being granted an easement, meaning RA members can go on and use the facilities.
Okay. My concern there is in that cluster, and this was discussed at Reston P&Z, there is very little parking. So the linear parking lot that's to the left of the green slosh is going to be in high demand by cluster residents for usage. As you can see, they have very little, if any, front yard and no backyard, and the parking was this came up at Reston P&Z. So that's a concern I had. I just want to be sure that you weren't proposing that this be RA common ground, because the maintenance of that parking lot and the cleaning up of the trash there and the ability of the parking lot to be used by people using either the tot lot or the playing field will be an ongoing, very unpleasant issue in my opinion. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tabby. Directors, Sherry?
So I guess my reaction to this is, it's 44 units, it's about 30,000 in assessments to the association. I think the loophole that it creates is a dangerous one. This developer, if they thought they wanted to be part of RA, could have taken the cursory visit to the DRB, could have forwarded their plans. So it's a loophole. So they didn't have to do that, so they got through that. So that bothers me, and it's not going to meet our standards, our Reston principles. I mean, we can look at it and probably tell that. So I'm not sure that I would want to create that loophole and precedent for anybody else on the TSA to do the same thing, and then come after the fact and say, hey, we want to be members, but we just bypassed everything that you value in Reston. So having that aside, on the idea of maintenance, I'm not sure that getting into doing maintenance for cluster common areas is a good idea, because that just could open a floodgate of lots of clusters that don't like to be bothered with their landscaping contracts and whatnot, to then try to turn that over to RA. I just don't know if that's a business that we necessarily want to get into, especially with a new property. I just think it's dicey. There's so many dicey things about this. I would at this point vote no.
Julie?
I think that part of the problem we have here is, and I recall when they first came to P&Z, because it was also during the Tall Oaks discussion. So I remember them coming at that time. I'm not sure, based on the pieces that DRB does have an ability to comment on in terms of the architecture and whatever, if I reflect on what happened with Tall Oaks and some of the back and forth on that, I'm just not so sure that there would be a whole lot changed in the structure of what is placed here. The idea in my mind on the easement, or essentially, I think it was a perpetual easement that any Reston member could use the green space, which I interpret to be between the parking spaces and the tree line. I didn't recall that it was set in concrete yet what exactly was going into that green space. I recall, and I guess in my mind, the how that green space would be used is the piece that we should be able to have a voice on. Because if in essence the complex, the cluster, or the to be known as a cluster, is anticipating that space is primarily common ground to the Reston community, even though they own it, then I would want us to have some input into what is going on that space. We do have some of the environmental pieces in the documents that we've got in terms of the elevations and the slopes and whatever. And yes, there are limited, we are limited in what can be done in that space. So I'm not, I guess I wasn't anticipating that the people that they expected to buy these townhomes were those who would have as much use. My expectation, and I would need to read the legal pieces a bit more, but my expectation would be that in their minds, that green space was, in essence, Reston common ground, while not in title, but in use and design and maintenance. I'm not sure if that's how it's been set or conveyed with the owner. The cost of maintaining, you've discussed based on what they were contemplating. Did we have input into what, did they ask us what we might think would be a good idea to have in that common space?
The conversation that we had with them and what they contemplated was limited to what you could put over that Transco easement. So it has to be something that can't be dug in to the ground, so to be very careful of what you can do. So the limitations that they have on that green space are a paved pathway, you could do a play field, you could do tot lot equipment, because that's not going to be going into the
Type of
ground.
exercise equipment. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of tots in this cluster development.
I would think townhomes, I would think you'd have.
Townhomes.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
have a lot.
Tots.
Yeah. You'd have lots of tots.
I'm not sure that's where they were thinking. If you spend some time looking at the
Surrounding area.
in the building and the construction. I think some of them have elevators and yeah, I think so.
Would there be a
If I remember
library?
correctly, from one of there was a meeting at South Lakes where they showed their plans at South Lakes High School, the county, where there was a development thing. But anyways, and the price point is fairly high, as I recall. But, so back to my question of what, there hasn't been any discussion with us, whether it be ERC or PrAC or whatever, in terms of if it were to be thought of as available and usable by any of our members, what we might wish to see there. I mean, I'm not really interested in maintaining their property as designed for their cluster's use. I would be interested in adding to Reston's available to its members, in essence, our common ground, even though I don't actually own that ground. I have a perpetual easement to that ground. But I don't recall any further discussions with the developer about what was going in there.
Correct. There was not as to, I mean, this is the whole cluster, it's their property. So
Right.
it was,
Right.
They're just granting an easement, so it's not,
Same kind of thing.
Julie, finish? Danielle?
Well, first, I'd like to commend Kate, because we have asked Kate to go get more revenue. We have a lot of new development coming in, and she has started these conversations, and this is the direction we want to go in. These guys are coming in at full assessment, 100% assessment, not a discount. That's a plus. And we want control, some control over the look and feel, the one Reston that Eve was talking about earlier. And the way we do that is by bringing people in and making them part of Reston Association. I would like to, though, see this move to February, but have, the committees have taken a look at it in the month of February, so we have their feedback. Because maybe,
Second hearing.
I also, if people feel like they didn't have enough hearings, or not feel that, if this is the first and only hearing, I think we do need a second hearing, and that could be solved in next month's meeting. Regarding maintenance, I'm not so quick to say, no, that's not a good idea. I don't think we know enough about it. My questions would be, similar to what Tammy was mentioning earlier. Do we have hardscape? Do we have asphalt? What exactly are we maintaining here? Because this could be an okay business line for us. We are very good at maintaining property, and at a profit if we could make that work. We just don't have the numbers. But yes, it could be a slippery slope if we don't have all the facts in front of us. Those are my comments.
Mike?
I would like to defer to the board operating committee first so we can hear theirs, because this is relatively new to me in terms of the detailed discussion. So I'd like to pass it on to someone else first.
Okay.
I'm not on board operating.
I know, but I want to hear you.
Well, we want these members, and I mean, we got the Boulevard at a discounted rate. I don't know what the plan is for the Bizzuto. Do we have them? Working on them? Okay. In progress, all right. I mean, we want those members. We don't want them to be hanging out there. I mean, when the supervisor, I remember very distinctly the discussion being, new members need to be either Reston or Town Center. They need to be one of those, so it should not be a third thing floating around out there. The easements on property exist. I think Mr. Chadwick can confirm this, and Kate, we have a lot of easements on property.
On our property, yes.
And on other people's property. There are easements that exist on pathway easements. I know that at Tall Oaks, that was one of the things was that there's going to be all of that open area, and that it's very likely that it'll be handled through an easement. So those aren't unusual things. I also think, if people need another hearing, we should do another hearing. And if there is enough data presented in the P&Z packages for the committees to review, then we should do that. And we should, but clearly this is a thing, I mean, we want Town Center North too. We want,
Right.
I mean,
Want it all.
we want those members to be part of Reston. And so, yeah, good job on the full assessment, because that's not how the Boulevard went. We remember.
Right?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Kate on this. Leadership is extremely difficult. This is a very difficult issue. We're trying to balance a lot of different concerns here. I'm not ready to make a decision one way or the other tonight. There's just not enough information. There's a lot of good issues being raised here. Just in general, I know there's going to be a lot of development with JBG and everybody else down that road. I'd kind of like to see how this project, some of the others, how do they fit? How are they going to look when all is said and done? I don't think we have that here. We don't have it on the other side of the road either. It's kind of like we look at each project separately as a standalone, and it's almost as if there's really no zoning at all. It's whatever that developer wants to put on that particular project. So I don't know what we can do about that, but in general, I have that concern, bigger issue. I have concerns with overemphasizing the need for DRB input, all sorts of committee inputs. I've talked about this issue in the past. We have a lot of committees that are excellent, that are efficient, that are not going to get in people's way. They're just going to give us good answers. We have some that are not that way. And we need the revenue. As you said, we want as many of these people to be under RA as we can. So this is just one of many coming up. And it's going to be somewhat of a test case. And like it or not, it may set some kind of precedent, good and bad, on a lot of different issues here. I don't want to open doors to give people a backdoor way of getting things approved that shouldn't be approved. Nor do I want to set a precedent of us appearing to be obstructionist, over-regulatory, forcing a developer to go through more hoops than they think necessary to where future people won't choose the RA membership. They'll go in the other direction. It's a tough balancing act here. I don't think we have enough information on this specific project at this meeting right now to definitively say yes or no. I may be wrong. I can't even say I'm leaning in either direction, yes or no, because I understand both sides of this. We really do want them to be under RA. There's nothing that I saw in the picture here that was particularly alarming to me as far as how this is going to all look. I look at things like the maintenance and the lot, but there's also tot lots there. If we're taking responsibility for the maintenance, are we also taking responsibility for the liability if something happens to a kid on the tot lot, or if a member comes through and something happens in the land and they twist an ankle and fall down and, is that RA's responsibility because we didn't maintain that particular plot of land the way we should have? I don't know the answer to that.
What is our,
I'd like to know the answer to that before I vote yes or no. Just things along those lines. There's going to be other things that the people think of, that we think of between now and the next meeting, because we're not really geared in to looking at this in total. So, yeah, I like the job Kate's doing in getting the revenue in and getting these people. I know how tough that is, and I know how dealing with these people can be extremely difficult. And on the other hand, there's a lot of side issues that we want to make sure we do it right. And especially on the first one, because in the bigger picture, it's going to set the tone. It will set the precedent for what other people do. They're going to be looking at this. If we give in too much to this guy, other people want us to give in to them. Oh, well, you gave it to them, I want you to give it to us. If we go in the other direction, oh, you were really rough with them, I don't even want to deal with you, I'll go West Town Center instead. it's a tough balancing act. I don't know that any of us are smart enough to have the answer to that, but we have to figure that out and which direction we want to go in. And at least to the next meeting, I'd like to defer on that, but these are a lot of the bigger picture issues that I have in mind.
Question, Ray. Do you think we should have another public hearing at our next board meeting?
I think that's probably a good idea. I think there's enough people who know enough about this and now more that will know about it and will want to know about it, that it's not going to hurt us to allow more public input here. And this is, like I talk with Kate and the others sometimes, it's a big picture issue. And I'm all for spending our time on the things that are going to matter and have an impact on Reston going forward 5, 10, 20, 40 years. Let other people take care of the smaller stuff. I think we need to spend some time on this and really get it right. I'm done.
Ms. Sandra?
I echo Ray's comments and a lot of the other board members' comments. This is a really important and difficult process. I really commend Kate and staff for working on this, and it's their job to do that and bring this to us. It's also our job to ask the difficult questions and review the details in the materials to ensure that we're making a good decision on behalf of our members. I have some questions. I don't know if we can answer them tonight or maybe in the next meeting. So we talked that they will be, the property, once it's under the association, will be subject to the DRB review. And I thought that we had talked about having a different DRB for the TSA areas. So what DRB would the property be under review of?
If it is subject to the rest and deed, it would be subject to our current DRB.
Okay, all right. I'd like to know more, perhaps in the next meeting, about the maintenance contract, what that entails, if it does entail the pavement and snow removal. And I'd like to be able to see the numbers to know if we're breaking even, losing money, gaining money on that agreement. And Julie's point about deciding what use the open space is going to be for, we have a lot of, is that field like a sports regulation field that can be used for sports teams? Because I know we have a lot of need for that, and we have a lot of fields that are overused. So, I mean, I think that would be a good use of that space.
I think that's what the green.
Yeah, I just didn't know, it seemed kind of small.
I'm not sure it's that large.
right,
But I will make sure that I get
Might
more
be
information
big
for
enough
you
for
on what
pickleball.
that is. I'll make sure that I get more information as to what's happening in that open space area.
Okay. I mean, and on that lines of thinking, I know that those events create a lot of parking. So, I mean, that would be an issue. And I think the tot lot as well, people, like, this is going to have to be a space where people are walking to it. So it needs to be thought of for uses that people can walk to. And I don't know if people will walk that far with toddlers. Maybe they will, I don't know. I would like to have another public hearing. I thought that the board voted to like approve and schedule public hearings, and I don't remember us doing that for this one. Is that not our process?
I was following the direction of the Board Operations Committee, and I asked them how they would like me to proceed. They agreed that this should get on the agenda for this month and asked me to provide information to the board in advance of that and go ahead with the public hearing. So I asked and received guidance.
So yeah, I would like to go forward with another public hearing, and also during that hearing, if possible, hear comments from our advisory committees on a review of the plans. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
You know, I guess I have a little bit different lens that I look at this through. I know that we've, as the community has been going through, we've been seeing this coming for a while, the transformation. We've been talking about this idea of One Reston and how that is really a priority for us. So that 10 years from now, we don't have the old Reston and then the town center and then these people in the transit community and North Reston and all this, we become so fragmented, we lose a sense of community. I look at this as a great opportunity for us to expand our community, our RA community. It is, I'm perfectly fine having another public hearing so we can have folks look at it. But this neighborhood here is going to be, they're going to be our neighbors. Whether we make them RA members or not, they're going to be our neighbors. If we don't like the architecture, they're going to be our neighbors with architecture that we don't like. Okay? So I guess I just look at it a little bit differently. They're going to be our neighbors regardless, and I think that RA is better off bringing them into our community and inculcating our values into their community as they're just starting, as opposed to trying to do it down the line or having them be another fragment, another piece of Reston that's not a part of RA. So I'm open to having another public hearing and having our different committees look at it and get their input. But it's kind of, at this point, it's kind of a go no go thing, and I don't see how we could possibly come up with this as a no go.
What's a no-go for membership? It's not a, it's a go.
Right. That goes for membership.
Right, exactly.
That's what I mean.
That's a really.
They're our neighbors already.
Yeah, those are our neighbors.
They're our neighbors.
Yes.
And, and obviously the idea, of course, with the maintenance things, I hear everybody, similar concern. We have to have it built in. It's a full cost recovery so that we never lose money on it. So those are my thoughts.
Kate, question for you. If we go to a public hearing in February, 23rd, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that present a problem with the developer on time restraints and limitations?
I cannot answer that. I'd have to contact them, and I definitely will contact them tomorrow because I want to try and get some things for you for your next time around, because I kind of get the sense that that's the way you want to go. So I will get a lot of this stuff ready to go and answered hopefully in advance of that hearing so that you guys get it not at your normal weekly packet when you get it a week in advance. I'll make sure that you get that at least a couple of weeks in advance, and we'll make sure that that information obviously is available on the website, and we'll put out another notice. So I don't know what implications this has. I know that there are some proper conditions that they have to meet that are set by the county. So I think that this is going to be, it's going to be a cluster no matter what. I know that, and I don't know what implications it is about notification to people who are buying and knowing that it's going to be a part of a cluster and they're going to have COLA fees and things like that. I know that they're beginning pre-sales.
Do they have a sales office open?
I'll double check. I know that they've already gotten people who've said that they're ready to buy. So they've got people who've made a request for certain lots already. But let me work on that. Let me find out as much as I can in the next couple of days to put together some information early next month before your meeting on the 23rd.
Okay. Jeff?
I'd just like to, in the interest, because, these projects, they have time schedules, they have certain commitments they need to meet. The thing I would ask of my fellow board members is that you really take the time to ask the questions that you have. Let's engage the committees so that we can come to a resolution one way or another next period. We can't kick these cans down the road indefinitely on these. If we don't want to have neighbors that aren't members of RA, we can do that. I'd much rather see them be members of our community.
So, Councilor, question for you. Do we need to make a motion to move this to our February the 23rd meeting?
Without objection,
Without objection, we will move this item and
For another public
hearing.
For a public hearing, but I also wanted to add a couple other things. We also, to make sure that we do get input from the involved committees. It's very important. Yeah. Okay.
We got a few more here, and then I want to say a couple words. But
I have a question. How is liability handled on RA Common Ground today? If somebody is injured on Common Ground, on our Common Ground today, how's it handled?
Well, if somebody makes a claim and we turn that claim over to our insurance
We have insurance
agent,
coverage for our common
and it would
area.
basically be the same sort of thing in a two-party situation. The underlying land, any attorney who's worth his salt is going to look for as many defendants as possible. So the likelihood there'd be two defendants. There would be the cluster, and then there would also be Reston Association, either as a result of poor maintenance or whatever the conditions on the property were found.
My second point is when we talk about knowing that this is an area that would most likely be used walkable versus driving. It's very close to another complex that is part of our membership, I think it's Mercer condominiums, right? It's condominiums building that is like just a half a block or so away. When I think about what they're planning to develop a little bit on the other side of the gas pipeline, I think it's Veronado, did I say that correctly?
Lincoln Properties is on that side.
Yeah, Vernado.
It was a little bit farther down.
One that they're planning to
Sharknado.
put the huge complex of residential and retail.
That's Lincoln Properties. That's closest to this, yeah. Lincoln Properties is closest to this. Just a little bit farther down the road is Vernado property that's also got a large piece that's
Right.
going in.
And when I think about making sure that there are amenities and facilities available to our members as we try to get more of the properties that are in the TSA corridor to choose Reston versus choosing the town center or no association, it's important in my mind that we be able to provide them access to green space, to open space, not indoor pools, for example. But so I was thinking in terms of when we look at it or ask some of our committees to kind of look at it, that we think in terms of what value would that open space be to our members.
Quick question,
Danielle?
Kate. When you're looking at that maintenance agreement, if there are any large scale things like a tree falls down, like it requires tree removal, et cetera, if it's their property, I want to make sure that the cluster is paying for that versus, that's kind of outside of maintenance per se.
Or if we did, it's on a full cost recovery basis.
20%.
Okay. Mike?
It's our treasurer.
Yeah, I strongly commend Kate for going forward. This is the direction that we've asked the board to do, or staff to do. We want a one Reston. We're creating essentially policy as we go here. So what is the process? So the next time it comes up, we're more or less handling it in exactly the same way. Many of the questions that you raised are questions that I have. I think getting the committees involved, having DRB involved, accommodating them as our neighbors, so that this is a partnership that benefits them and us. I don't want to push this down the road because there are going to be a lot of others that would like to do likewise, but I frankly really welcome these kinds of proposals. Let's create a process that works for everyone.
Kate, can you find out from the developer if it's, like I said earlier, if it's mutually exclusive, if the maintenance is exclusive of the membership?
I was just looking at the proffer statement, and it says that at the time of the recordation of the plat, the open space and common feature amenities are not otherwise conveyed or dedicated to the county shall be dedicated to the HOA and maintained by the same unless, as described in proffer 4, maintenance obligations are delegated to RA. So if they don't take care of it, it'll go to the county, or it can go to us. So there's some choices there of the HOA on that green space area.
So there's two decisions then to make. There's, do we want them part of Reston-ish, and/or both? Do we want to do the maintenance of the property?
Mhm.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, any other discussion?
Full
before we-
cost recovery basis.
On a full cost recovery basis plus 20%.
Yeah.
I got it.
We're both talking in
Yeah.
ears.
Any other discussion before we move on to item I? I think we've had, if you'll forgive us, please, we have to move on with the agenda, and thank you so much for coming tonight. Can we move to item I, Environmental Advisory Committees? Now on to Environment Matters. We're joined this month by Sue Baffle and our beloved Irwin, co-chair of RA's Environmental Advisory Committee, who will be providing a status report on several initiatives in the work plan. Sue and Irwin, the floor is yours.
Yes, it is. Good evening. I'm just doing a quick introduction of our team here. We're very pleased to be here from the Environmental Advisory Committee at Kate's request and others. We're about 2/3 of the way through our annual work plan, and we've got some great stuff to show you. So we're doing well, and we're happy to share with you. As we promised when we ran through the work plan, we are sharing. Excuse me. In both the projects that you'll hear about, we're working closely with RA's environmental resource staff. And today, tied in with that, I was being trained by Patricia on their natural areas assessment. And during that training, it came up that in past eras, the board was taken on a field trip after each new board kind of came in to look at special areas in Reston that were either particularly good or particularly an issue. And so I'm just going to throw out to you the idea that come spring, we would love to help support the concept of a board field trip to some of the key areas of Reston. So throwing that out there.
And Sue, I did submit that to Kate, and she is working on that for our new board members, right? For a field trip. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. And now I've introduced Irwin, who has been introduced before. Needs no introduction. Come on up.
Yeah. Which way?
Right.
Other. Good evening.
Evening.
Once again. I want to thank, I'm not sure whom to thank, but someone made me a co-chair of the committee and actually vice chair, unless you have elevated me. And sub rosa, I guess, I don't know. I come to talk to you this evening very briefly about the Natural Resource Management Plan, which was put together principally by Claudia Thompson-Deal and Patricia Greenberg. And we presented this to the BOC, and they seemed to be rather enthusiastic. They read it through very thoroughly. I was very surprised that they did read it very thoroughly, and they had a number of questions and some suggestions. And so my purpose tonight is not to go through, take you on a walk through the document. I'm assuming that you have read it, but simply to highlight a couple of things and to highlight some of the changes that we made at the request of the BOC. So the purpose of this plan is to give an overview of how we're currently managing the natural areas and our visions for the future. And it is a resource for our members to give them a better understanding of what Reston has and to be able to enjoy the natural environment. The audiences are you, the board, the staff, and the RA members. The EAC work plan includes this specifically as a task to complete and bring it before you and seek its adoption. These are the edits, and I'm sure that it's maybe a little small, but these are the edits that we did at the request of the BOC. There is the pileated woodpecker, who has been added in a star and roll since it is the bird of Reston. We have the copperhead and a couple of other snakes who are mentioned specifically and whose pictures are there. so that people will know what a copperhead looks like and what it is often mistaken for, or what some snakes that are mistaken for, properly stated. Jeff wanted us to highlight the deer management arrangements that we have and how we follow the county's lead on that, and we have done that. And in the appendix of the document is the present resolution that was passed in 2015 for easy reference. So, why do we come to you tonight? Aside from, well, we come to you to ask you to formally adopt this natural resource management plan and to direct the staff to publish it on the website. And also, we request that you announce, assuming you adopt it, the adoption through the weekly newsletter, e-newsletter, and in the quarterly magazine, so that its adoption and availability is widely recognized. And so this evening, and perhaps you can do that now, first, if you have any questions, we try to answer those. But we would ask you to take action on this evening, and perhaps now would be a good time after you have any questions answered, if you have
Any questions, Erwin? Yes.
I just want to commend the EAC and the staff for putting this together. This has been a discussion with that committee since I started way back 7 or 8 years ago, and I want to thank Claudia in particular. I'm going to call you out, Claudia. Thank you for doing this. Would make only one small suggestion, that we use this report to not only track trends, because that's what we had talked about, but highlight particular issues as they come forward and direction that we as a board ought to think about. And I'm thinking about tree cover as an issue we had talked about in depth. We had talked about the deer issue and how to handle the deer. I'm frankly really concerned about stormwater. It costs a couple $100,000 a year to dredge the lakes.
Right.
The reason we dredge those lakes is because the way the development occurs here, we can encourage developers to develop here, redevelop in a way that mitigates or even reverses some of the heavy silting that occurs in the lakes. But point is that there's certain issues in this report that could be covered on an annual basis that keeps the report fresh and in front of the board. Frankly, this is the model the county has used with its EQAC report. The Board of Supervisors welcomes that report on an annual basis from EQAC, and I would like to see us try to establish something similar. So, thank you.
You're going to hear from our next speaker, Doug Britt, who will discuss precisely what the committee is putting together with respect to that. Are there any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
I move to...
I have a motion, if there are no other questions from the board. But thank you so much, Erwin and Sue and the entire EAC committee. I'm sorry?
There are two more speakers.
There's two more pieces to
One
go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but go ahead and take care of it.
Well, I want to
because
thank
the
you
others
anyway.
are-
Yes, please
The
go
others
ahead.
are presentations for your information and don't require action.
Okay.
This one requires action.
Okay, so we can take this action now.
Yep, go
Okay.
ahead.
Shall I do the board
Yep,
motion now?
Sure, yeah.
Move to adopt the Natural Resource Management Plan and direct staff to publish the plan on the association's website. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner.
Aye.
Is it unanimous?
Except Danielle's not here, but yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
Outstanding
you
work.
so much, yeah.
Good evening.
Evening.
Again, I'm Doug Britt, and I'm leading the work group on the first Reston Annual State of Environment Report. So I know this is your first exposure to it. We shorten the name to RACER. We've got to have an acronym here. I want to start with the purpose of this report, which is fivefold. The first is to summarize the existing environmental data for our community in one publicly accessible document. Second is to establish an environmental baseline that can be assessed annually to identify environmental trends and evaluate RA environmental programs and initiatives. Thirdly, to provide relevant and timely environmental information to RA and its board as you shape policies and programs. Fourthly, it's to educate and inform Reston residents and other interested parties about the environmental health of our community. And finally, to create a living document that can be revised and expanded to reflect changing and emerging state of the environment. With that, let me show you what our milestones are at this time. The green is what we've already completed. Yellow shows what's in progress, and red is our projected timelines. So in the fall, we established the working group. There are 9 members, 7 volunteers, and 2 RA staff members, including Claudia and Katie Shaw. In November, we drafted the outline for this, and currently we're in the midst of identifying the environmental data sources we're going to be using, and we're starting to collect and interpret that data. Expect to have that done by the end of March. Then we'll be summarizing the data and anticipate having a draft report ready for internal review at the end of April. Our anticipated delivery to you as a final report is June, as per the work plan for the EAC. The organization of this report is in 12 chapters. The first is a general introduction, followed by the general environmental setting of our community, and then 10 chapters that deal each with an individual environmental topic: air quality, water resources, vegetation, wildlife, solid waste, hazardous materials, noise pollution, light pollution, archaeological and historic sites, and education and environmental and education outreach. Some of these topics are so complex that they need to be subdivided. And this shows the sub-elements of some of those. The general environmental setting includes discussions of our climate and weather, soil and geology, ecoregion, land use, and population and demographics. Water resources is divided into 4 sub-elements: streams, our lakes and ponds, our stormwater management, and drinking water. And similarly, vegetation has 4 sub-elements: tree cover, meadows, wetlands, and invasive species. Wildlife has 6 elements: birds, mammals, reptiles and amphibians, invertebrates, protected species, and wildlife management issues such as the deer problem, the goose problem, mosquitoes, feral cats, the ones that you're aware of that we deal with here in Reston. I wanted to talk a minute about the executive summary. I can't tell you too much in detail until we really get into the interpretation of the data. But our idea right now is to give an executive summary that's going to be very concise and high level. I'd like to use a streetlight approach with, green for good and yellow for fair and red for poor quality. And in each case, we would talk about and describe environmental trends we see in the community, suggested priorities for RA, and make recommendations regarding new programs, termination of programs, where we might recommend policies be developed. If we can't do this for all environmental topics, we may go to a report card concept, but in any case, it will be concise and high level. Regardless of the exact template for the executive summary, which will go to you, the board, we envision a 3-tiered deliverable to this project. The executive summary, as I said, at the highest level for your use. The actual meat of the document, the final RACER document, I anticipate will be quite robust. It'll be detailed results of our analyses, and the user community for that is going to be the RA staff, your future contractors, developers, educators, and the interested public. Backing all this up, and probably what's going to take the yeoman effort of this first year activity, is the development of what I call a metadata archive. This is finding the information that we're actually going to be used to put this first year's report together, compiling the references and data sources, and of course that will be useful for all the users previously discussed, plus incredibly valuable for the authors of the future editions of this report. Here's an example of what we're doing with what I call the metadata archive. We've created an electronic spreadsheet where I've shown you in this example just 3 environmental topics on the left: lakes and ponds, streams, and drinking water. And we're trying to collect electronically information about the data we're finding. So for instance, we have identified the EAC lead for that particular topic, the data sets we found,
It's okay, it's coming back.
the kind of reports that we found, the data collection and compilation frequency, that is it sampled monthly, quarterly, annually, the duration, how long has the information been collected, 5 years or 10 years, in some cases here in Reston, 33, 35 years. The data source owner. This is not just all RA data, but it's data from the county, it's data from DC Metropolitan Council of Governments, from state agencies, federal, nonprofits like the Audubon Society. So it's a huge effort, this undertaking, identifying data for our community owned by a lot of folks. And we've identified then the point of contact in each of those, and then a comments column where we're briefly discussing the kinds of information in those reports or data sets. I skipped a little early, but I wanted to mention there is no current environmental library for ecological information or environmental information for Reston. At one time there was a collection done, but I think that the background of this metadata table is going to be very useful in the absence of having that, creating one here, a living piece of documentation. And then I just wanted to give you 3 brief examples of the kinds of kind of quantitative data we envision being in the meat of the report. So here's one example for an environmental attribute data. This shows where the radon risks are in the county. And you can see 4 picocuries per liter is the recommended action level by EPA for radon. And the red areas of the county are where there's a high risk of having potential of those levels are higher. Orange is moderate risk and yellow is low risk, and you can see Reston falls within a very high risk zone. Another example of the kind of quantitative data or attribute data is the stream restoration sites. This has shown the sites that have already been completed and restored here in Reston. Those red under construction, and green shows where plans for restoration have been approved but not yet started in 3 of our different sub-watersheds. And finally, an example of a lake and pond data set that would be in the final report. This is one that shows trophic status index. A trophic status index is a scalar that goes from 1 to 100. And you can see the levels of the numbers for 2015, the latest data we have, compared to the previous historic average for the 4 big lakes in Reston. And just not to delve into the details, but if you have a number that's between 50 and 69, that tells you you have a eutrophic system, which is highly stressed by excess nutrients, and all of our systems kind of fall in that area. Wherever possible, we want to make sure that we can show some reference for the data we're showing you, either how it compares to a standard or how it compares to historic average, so you get some idea of how we're trending here in the community, whether we're good or bad. So with that, that's my brief overview, and I'm willing to take any questions you might have at this time.
Questions? All I have to say is wow. Wow. I didn't understand a lot of what you said, but it was impressive.
I think this is a great model for us to be looking at. I guess one of the things I observed, from what you were projecting, it looks like there's a lot of information that needs to be collected, analyzed, packaged, and presented. And June is a pretty tight time. I don't know how much of the effort is going to involve data collection at this point, but I guess I'd just be interested, and maybe perhaps not tonight in the interest of time, but one of the things that we want to be sure that we're doing is have good, reliable, repeatable data sources so that we are able to track over time and make good decisions using good data. So the timeline that I feel is probably aggressive. What part of the project is going to be conducted by the committee versus commitment of staff time for this? And do we have an estimate of cost to the association for developing a report by June? Is that, how's that, what's the model for developing the report?
So there's 9 of us putting this together. 7 of us are unpaid volunteers. Okay, so 2 staff members are contributing where they have, lots of historic data from.
The data's already collected. Basically, the staff members, and we're tremendously grateful, are meeting. This group is meeting about twice a month, and they come to those meetings and contribute information, and they do sometimes they'll go back and say, oh, I have that in my office, I'll send that to you, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's a great model.
Basically, what our goal is in terms of the timeline is that the goal is that this is, it was nice of you to give us a segue and say, can't we do this every year? Okay, there are 2 separate reports. The first one that you approved, and this is now going to be obviously a different kind of report. And this is the one that we want to update. So we're trying our best to limit the amount of things we tackle this year so that we can in fact get it done by summer. And because then there'll be time to start thinking how to do the next one.
Right, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I was curious as well, why, it's going to sound odd because we're sitting here drinking water, but why drinking water quality is included in the review? I mean, it's obviously not something that the association has any influence. We don't have any direct influence on. That's managed by other people external to the organization. So I was wondering why that.
Well, you don't have any influence over the drinking water per se. You don't have influence over the radon concentrations in the soil, or by the way, asbestos concentrations in the soil, which are high in some areas. But this is the environment of our community, and to try to make it comprehensive. And given that we do have trends to show you about the quality of the drinking water testing for the last 30 years that we get from Sterling, it's useful information, I think, and I can tell you right now because I've already reviewed that data. We're all within all federal standards for drinking water, and that's good to know. Same way with situations on air quality, where we don't have a Reston program to measure air quality. Fairfax County doesn't either, and how it's stayed in partnership with the county and the DC metropolitan area. But it affects us, so we ought to know what our trends are in air quality here in Reston.
Hey, I have a comment and a question. This makes me so happy. This is like my 3 years on the board. It was all worth it for this. This is a really great document. Our environmental resources, as past surveys have shown, are one of the greatest assets that the association has. A lot of members really appreciate and utilize the natural environments that we provide for them. And having this document with the trends will enable us as a board and an association to understand the state of our environment and understand how to better utilize and maintain it. So this is just fabulous. Thank you so much for doing it. The one question I have is how often will it be updated?
Annually is the plan.
And presented to the board annually? That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Oh,
other questions?
I have one more observation, because I feel the same way. This has been a long time coming, and I'm so excited about having it out there. The thing I would like to provide guidance on is, really focusing in on those things where RA can take an active role in helping to shape and improve our situation. Mike talked earlier about, looking at canopy. What's our canopy situation? Just as important, looking at our open space, our natural areas, and doing that assessment of the ground cover, because we know the deers are having a significant impact on the amount of ground cover that we have in our natural areas, and that has long-term implications for the future health of our natural areas. So, to the extent that we can, and maybe that's something we need to negotiate with staff, but find those areas where we can affect change and policy and make investments to improve areas in the natural resource. Again, the understanding the water quality stuff is great. I can't do anything about it. I can do something about improving some of the natural areas that we have here in the association. So that's, kind of focus on, that's my suggestion anyway, I don't know. We can affect change.
That is our focus.
That is the focus, and then the executive summary, as they said, will identify trends that we see, and then talk about priorities, and those priorities will be focused on things that RA has control over and can do, and any recommendations we have are going to be recommendations that are things that you can make a difference at, that won't deal with things the state or the county should be doing.
Fair enough. Good. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, comments?
There's one more section, right?
We have one more.
Oh, do we have to approve that or something? No, okay.
We have one more presentation, so we just. Sure. John? Now, John Dam is going to be talking about the litter analysis that we've been doing to try and figure out what the real problems are so that we can deal with that.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is John Dam, and I am a Reston resident and homeowner. I'm one of the newest members of the board, and as part of the new member initiation, which some may call hazing, I was given the very glamorous opportunity to do something about the trash.
The cleanup role.
And we have named this the EAC Working Group on Litter, and this is our status report as of now. We originally received our charge from Kate back in May of 2016, and we were approached and asked to address the litter problem in Reston, which many of you may not even think of as a problem. I honestly didn't really myself when we first heard about it, but certainly now, after taking a good look at this, I think it's fair to say I believe we do have a litter problem on our hands. And this actually was brought to our attention from a Reston resident, and we were asked, specifically charged, to take a look at the issue, analyze the problem, maybe look at some of the causes, come up with some solutions perhaps, and then ultimately report that back to the board. And what I'm going to give you now is just a brief description of what we're doing to address the problem, where we're at, and what we intend to do and when we intend to wrap up. What we did after some initial scoping of the issue was to form a working group. And following formal work plan approval, we formed this working group, and we actually invited some RA staff to give us some professional guidance, which I have to tell you has been, we couldn't have gotten as far as we've gotten so far without that. And we meet 3 times a month, and those professionals are Linda Thomas and Patricia Greenberg. And they've been at virtually every meeting, and they've been extremely helpful. the way we approached the problem was to identify some specific sites, and there were about 80 that we were able to identify throughout Reston, and we made a spreadsheet. And I actually have a copy of one of the spreadsheets with me now, which I will distract you with, and I'll pass it around. Just, don't take too much time. Just to give you an idea what we're looking at. It's multiple pages, and the way we kind of address this, the way to break it down is to break it down by location, site details, sources of litter, the types of litter, like what are we seeing on the ground, and possible solutions for each one of these sites. And we've actually done site visits and analysis, and we focused on specific source areas, and some of those areas are like drainage areas, bus stops, playground areas, and that's just to name a few. There are many more on the spreadsheet. And after we've made some of these preliminary observations, we were able to break down and assign various sections from the spreadsheet and come up with some preliminary observations. And we've been able to make some preliminary observations regarding causes and come up with some source and issues. But I'll be honest, it's not, you can't always identify, where the litter is coming from. If it's got a Starbucks label on it, it's pretty obvious. But we're not always so lucky. So ultimately, while some of the causes are obvious, some the solutions are going to be mixed, and they're going to include everything from signage, more outreach, more collaboration. Linda actually brought up a good example, which was kind of a good exemplar for us in terms of an apartment group, which she worked very closely with, and it had a dramatic effect on improving the litter situation. We use that as a model for working with other apartments. Next steps and deliverables. So what we plan to do is, after finishing up with our spreadsheet analysis, is to identify 2 to 5 different sites and to actually use them as test sites. Clean them up, for example, and monitor them and see what worked, see what solutions worked, and ultimately decide on some litter reduction strategies and report back to the board. And we expect that to be finished hopefully by June of 2017. And at that point, we'll come back to you and make some suggestions for further action, including budget requests shortly thereafter. And that's pretty much where we are. I hope that's helpful. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to open up to that.
Well, if this makes Lucinda happy, I gotta tell you, this makes me so happy. I have been rattling this cage for years. I mean, I have gone so far as to email every cluster along North Shore Drive. You tend to notice it the most in the areas that you travel the most. So I'm grateful that this is happening, because beyond just it making my head explode every time I see it, have been kind of unsure of even how you would approach such a thing. I mean, I know, I hope Keith and Ann Strange have been a part of this, because they've been we have had many emails going back for years about, so thanks. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great job.
Thank you. You're such a good example of walking the walk and getting things done. I appreciate it so much. But did you see anything in your travels where that would comply with the 80-20 rule? Where you put 20% of your resources and you get an 80% bang for your buck? Is there anything that we can do, some quick hits right away, to solve some major problems?
I think Erwin can help speak to this too, but and my suggestion, one thing I've noticed before Erwin chimes in on this, I recently went on a site visit, which was more of a pathway visit, and I took my 2 little boys to try to educate them about this as well. And I started off by the playground on the corner of Ridge Heights and South Lakes. and then we walked the lake path up to South Lake's shopping area. And what you quickly realize there are hot spots. So naturally along that entire path, I mean, I filled up probably 1.5 gigs on my iPhone of photographs, taking pictures of litter. There's that much, and that's what was surprising to me. I did not expect that, but what I did notice is there are hot spots. So by focusing on the hot spots, and then implementing some of the test sites, we can find the best strategies, and that might help determining how best to utilize our resources. But then at the same time, in addition, it's important not to forget that along that pathway, there was also litter as well. So you may be focusing not necessarily just on hot spots alone, but also more of a comprehensive view and pathway look at it.
Can I ask just a quick question? I'm sorry. I mean, was that South Lakes High School? That's the hangout spot.
Right.
Was it teenage trash? I mean, did you think it was related to?
We can approach the school and talk with them about it, but it's not our property.
Oh, no. I'm just saying that's they congregate.
Well,
That's their hangout spot.
we have looked at that in part as being a source. And it does end up being carried by drainage onto areas that are RA property. And so where we see a source that is responsible but not RA property, the intention is to collaborate with the source to work with them so that they can address the problem. I wanted to add something to what John has said, and that is that we are early in our analysis. We are going through site by site, and sometimes sites have a number of different characteristics. It could be a drainage area, it could be near a bus stop, it could have a playground nearby. So there may be lots of sources, and teasing out what the sources are and how to deal with each one takes time. So there's no real magic bullet. You really have to understand what's going on at every location. And there may be some solutions that may be applicable in several sites, but we won't know that until we complete our review and then do some tests with pilot sites. And the pilot sites will probably be done after the report. The report will suggest some pilot sites, but they will have to be undertaken afterwards. And it will take some time to see how these turn out. We'll try to isolate measurement standards for before and after so we know whether they work or not. And do the tests. And if they work well, they'll probably apply elsewhere. We'll try to pick pilot sites that can be applicable elsewhere.
I'd say if there's one bullet, they've been doing the work and I've been listening. I haven't really been doing the work. But the main thing that jumped out at me at the couple of meetings I was able to go to is this collaboration piece. I think whether it's collaborating with the sports teams or collaborating with the school or collaborating with, there's a lot of places where we can work with other people. I think that's going to be the bottom line, one of the bottom line answers.
And this has been a team effort on the ESA too. I think we have close to half of the members on the ESA working on this issue, so it hasn't been over myself and alone.
Other questions?
I just wanted to finish
I
up.
think Mike.
Yeah.
Been very patient. Yeah. Any question?
Just a couple very brief points. I think this is the power of the partnership between RA staff and volunteers, and you all really demonstrated it. I think that Jeff had asked the question, to what extent has staff been driving it? If you take a look at what's done, this is a professional job, and we have to acknowledge the fact that it was largely done by volunteers, but with a really, really important contribution of staff to do it.
Staff is an extraordinary resource. And,
Absolutely.
They have knowledge that is astounding, truly astounding, which is right here. And you just asked them a question, hey, there's the answer. Quite amazing.
The other point that I want to make is this is an example, too, of what you can do with a report, is you can focus on a particular area, identify what the issues are, what the resolution is, and then move on to another area. You'll track how things are going into the future in litter by applying these principles and whatnot, but next cycle, there's something else that's important for us.
By the way, Patricia Greenberg has a map of Reston, and it has the sites located on it. And it is on an app, which is so it has the collective information in one place.
Right, yeah. Julie?
Does that map,
Danielle?
I'm assuming that that map also shows where the trash receptacles are, right? I mean, the trash cans.
It has all sorts of information as underneath.
In
The map
layers.
has a location, and then underneath is information.
We're pulling
Did
these
it-
kind
You
of
can go
things
to a
together
different
for the
level
report.
And go down various levels and get the information.
In the site visits, or however you've been collecting, did it make any difference whether there was a trash receptacle?
Sometimes it depends on the frequency of pickup, the size, where it's located, how far from, all sorts of things, lots of variations.
Danielle?
Yeah, and we can talk about this later. I just wanted to make sure that all of your great work is actually implemented at RA. Like, how do we fast track some of these things that will make a difference as far as getting it into the, I don't know if it's capital budget planning or if it's just, I don't want it stuck in like a 2-year approval process, et cetera. Like how,
No, we're planning on giving this to you in June. That's our goal, that's when you'll get it. And we are acutely aware that budget things need to be in by July. So it will include the suggestions, and we hope with your cooperation that we can move on that this year.
One of the things we've asked staff to produce for us is the numbers that would be involved in a trash flow, where this would be a group that would be assigned to really deal with the hot issues of trash and where it's occurring, and a free roam over Reston for this specific purpose. So we'll have some numbers to share with you in terms of what it means in terms of personnel, equipment, frequency, of doing various things. And it would, there will be a lot of efforts at collaboration, as Sue mentioned. Because ultimately it needs people to take care of the trash. They're the ones who generate it. So we need all sorts of take care of it. And ideally to prevent it.
Prevention, I mean,
yeah.
But prevent is a long-term affair.
Sure.
To address something with Danielle, some things as we find them, we try to address them immediately. I want to commend Linda, who's here tonight. She's in charge of all of our pathways, and she does a great job with it, as does Claudia and her team with environmental resources, and he's hiding back there, as does Richie with all of our ball fields and open space areas. So I thank everything that they do. But as an example, where we're not spending, RA capital resources, we worked with one of the apartments and had them install additional trash receptacles at their expense. That was taking a walk, a site walk, finding where the hot spots were, telling them what we think is the best type of receptacle, and having them install it.
needs a t-shirt.
So,
Trash can.
right, so it's, so we're trying to do things, as we go and what's logical, trying to partner with, but it's really the phenomenal efforts of our maintenance staff and our environmental staff for all the things that you've heard, and they do know everything at the drop of a hat, so they're really good, and I appreciate everything that they do.
Okay, any other questions? Well, the only thing we could say is thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate all of your hard effort.
Thank you.
This has been wonderful. We're ready to move on to item J. Fairfax County Specimen Tree Designation Request.
You don't have everybody's
Hello, folks. Are we, directors, are we all together here? Let's focus, can we? We are honored this evening to have Craig Herwig, Branch Chief for Fairfax County's Department of Urban Forestry and Management, here to provide us with information about an exciting opportunity for Reston to be the first area in Fairfax County to have a designated specimen tree. Craig, tell us more.
You betcha. Good evening, board members, and thank you very much for having us. My name is Craig Herwig, and this is my colleague Ian Fusey, and Ian will get into some further details. But I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to tell you about one of the oldest residents in Reston. And I'm not ashamed to say that I've had a relationship with this oldest resident for probably 35 years or more. And believe it or not, my wife supports me in this 100%. So, on a serious note, and this is a serious note, this is our nominee right here in the picture. And through Chapter 120 of the Fairfax County Ordinance that was adopted in 2007, we have a Heritage Memorial Specimen and Street Tree designation. And this is our first tree that's met the criteria, and I'll let Ian talk to you more about that because he developed this criteria. Ian, take it away.
Thank you. We are here tonight to request the permission of the Reston Association to allow Fairfax County to designate this tree as a specimen tree. Last November, Urban Forest Management visited Temporary Road Picnic Pavilion, and we applied our standard policy to this 50-inch white oak and determined that it met the standards that we developed for both size and quality. The Chapter 120 Fairfax County Code states a specimen tree is a tree that has been individually designated by the Board of Supervisors to be notable by virtue of its size and quality. So we determined that size and quality meant size and condition. Our two standards for that are two industry standards. For size, we use the National Big Tree Registry point system. It takes the circumference, the height, and the crown spread into a total point. We compare that with existing Fairfax County champions, which we have about 60 species. And we use, for our condition standard, we use the Council of Tree and Landscape Appraisers. Our tree has to be 75% out of 100, which basically means there are no apparent problems. Thanks to the Reston Association, the tree is in excellent condition already. Industry tree care standards have been applied, and the tree is regularly mulched, providing a healthy root system. Most interestingly, a 1989 survey was submitted to us identifying our nominee as tree number 7, a 43-inch white oak. So we can determine the tree has grown about 7 inches in diameter over the past 28 years. We've had this ordinance, like Craig said, for 10 years, and no specimen trees have been designated, so we're excited for this opportunity. We have a public information officer who's ready to publish an article regarding this specimen tree program and Reston Association's involvement as the property owner of the first specimen tree in the county. Something important to consider is the establishment of a conservation zone around the tree, so it wouldn't just involve the tree, it'd be a radius of 50 feet around the tree. The ordinance says that we need to protect the critical root zone, critical dying. So just keep on doing what you're doing, let us know if anything happens. Responsibilities of us are the designation of the specimen tree shall not obligate or preclude the county from inspecting, maintaining, or taking any other action with regard to the specimen tree. Urban Forest Management may request any records, reports, or any other information regarding the care and maintenance of this tree. That's about it.
So what are the next steps? Well, we would love to see the board go ahead with the designation of this tree. The next step would be we would meet with Supervisor Hudgens from the Hunter Mill District and give her an opportunity to view all of the information. And then there would be a public hearing with the Board of Supervisors of Fairfax County where they would vote on our lucky number 7. And with any luck, we'll have our first specimen tree. And I think it's a great opportunity for positive press for Reston Association as well as Fairfax County. I mean, with all of the trees that are going down, now we've got one that we can say is not going down. So, any questions at all? Yes.
How old do you think this tree is?
It's a good question. I would venture a guess that it's anywhere from 125 to 175 years old, maybe more. I don't want to do any core sampling in it because really wouldn't appreciate that. So.
When you say first, are you saying first in Reston or first in Fairfax
First
County?
in Fairfax County.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great thing. So we're excited about it, and I hope you're excited about it as well.
Yeah, we are.
We
We're
are.
really excited. But, Mr., another question?
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm very excited about it. Just when I was skipping school in high school, we'd go to this park and hang out. The mean streets of Reston.
I bet you littered, right? I bet you littered. It was a trash
Mean streets of
hotspot.
Reston back in the 80s. The standard of care that the county is going to require, Kate, on this, the ANSI standard?
I'm sorry?
The standard of care
Yes.
that you mentioned?
Yes.
What is that?
ANSI standard is the American National
Right, yeah,
Standards
yeah.
Institute, and they do have a set of standards that go towards tree care.
Yep.
Tree pruning, tree fertilization, cabling, bracing, everything arboriculture.
Right. What does that mean?
I would like to do a shout out for Keith Kinsler, who is an RA arborist that has cared for this tree, and he's climbed it and he's pruned it and he's followed the ANSI
Wow.
standard for proper pruning and for proper mulching and wood chipping around it, no volcano mulch, going out as far as the drip line of the tree, and he's done a lot of work on the trees at the picnic pavilion, and unfortunately he's not here tonight, but he would be very proud.
Oh.
He loves this tree.
He's done a great job with this tree.
But that would become the association's responsibility.
And it's always been already, so we're just going to keep doing what we're
We
doing.
do those things?
Yeah, we're already going to do it, yeah.
Our fault if it comes down.
So, as we mentioned, what are the next steps? Reston's council and county attorney are going to be looking at a draft document for a memorandum of understanding. Once we get all of that information together, we can hopefully get a signature from Kate, and then we'll move on.
So, Mr. Chadwick, it's my understanding that you and staff are working with the county on a memorandum of understanding to make this important white oak a specimen tree and to place a protective or conservation easement around it. Is that correct?
It depends on what your definition of conservation easement is. We are working on a document. We're going to see what the language is from the county attorney. We have seen an initial draft that was drafted by the department, but has not gotten the okay from the county attorney. So we're waiting now for the county attorney to get back to see whether or not that draft is.
Spoke with him this afternoon, and there's a couple of small tweaks he made to it, very small tweaks. And once we incorporate that into the document, we'll get a copy of it for you, another draft.
So, I mean, to the extent that you want to approve this tonight, subject to review and approval by legal counsel of that document, that you could do that if you're so inclined.
I move to do that?
Are we so inclined? Yes.
I move to do that.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner.
Aye. Unanimous.
Okay.
Well done. I'll make the
Well
point.
done. Well, can I
think you just did.
Okay.
You just did.
All right, thank you.
Any other
Well,
questions at all?
That's all right.
Yeah, is there anyone else in the running for first? Like, do we gotta make sure we get first?
No,
No competitive.
You are going to be first, I guarantee it.
All right.
All right.
And there's going to be
Preston
other
leading the way
Stay there
again.
20%.
Tree City.
criteria,
We get a
so.
plaque.
So without objection,
We should.
let's take a
Thank you.
10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And white oak, put it on the tree.
That's right here.
We need to get that guy a t-shirt. This is trash.
I didn't pay close enough attention
Yes.
That's exciting, though, isn't it?
to your
Trash storm.
But it doesn't matter.
Let us go.
Next topic, capital improvement planning. I would like to call for we've done that. So, item K, capital improvement planning, Lake Ann Dock and Dredging Project. Last month, Kate and her team provided an overview of several 2016 capital project carried forward items, the Lake Ann Dock and Dredging Project being one of them. The board may recall requests made by some RA members last year for RA to consider adding to the dock. Many of us had questions, and staff have arranged this evening to have a representative from Fairfax County's Department of Community Revitalization provide an overview of a design charrette conducted by the county in May 2015 on recommendations for improvements to Lake Ann Village Center / Washington. Awesome. I welcome, well, before Bridget, I would like to welcome Rick Thompson to come to the podium.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. Yes, I'm just going to do a couple of preliminary remarks, and then Bridget's going to do the presentation. You have on your tables copies of the presentation. You also have, from the presentation, an expanded view of the topic in specific that we're going to be talking about today. And so when we get to the end of the presentation, we'll be able to turn to this if you have any questions, etc. So that's our plan. So I'm the president of the Lake Ann Condominiums Board of Directors, and we began this project back in 2014. It actually was a project that had to do with revitalization in general. As it worked its way forward, one of the legs that it took was about the, well, this was back in the day where we were doing the redevelopment project. And so we were looking at the internal things that we needed to do with respect to the Lake Ann Plaza improvement. And so we decided to collaborate with the county on this. We were actually looking for assistance in doing an intervention, something like the Urban Land Institute would do, about design of spaces. We did meet with OCR, the Office of Community Revitalization of Fairfax County. And it turns out that they do such interventions, or that's what we found out at the time. And it's done using the charrette methodology.
Rick, could you speak up just a little bit? There's noise in back.
I'll
Thank you.
So that's a quick background for this. We ended up doing a charrette in 2015 collaborating with the county. With me tonight is Bridget Hill, who's with the OCR staff, and she's going to be doing the presentation. And also Melissa Romano, one of the property owners at Lake Ann. So that's the background to this. We're really here for you to consider and approve adding our request for usability improvements as part of the requirements, the initial requirements for the dock replacement project. We would understand that, until the requirements have been, worked in terms of a process of estimation, et cetera, that future decision-making would be, there would be no upfront commitment that we would expect from RA to actually, include the usability improvements in the project until further down the project timeline. But you could decide based on cost and benefit, et cetera. But it seems to make sense that we would look at the requirements up front and possibly do those as set for the sake of project planning. So in the charrette, what we did, and Rick's going to go into detail of this, but essentially we collected inputs for, again, back in 2015, that would represent improvements that we could make to the plaza. And what we did in charrette, there's 5 different kind of strategies that's called out about that, and Bridget will go through this. You'll see from the presentation that the improvements included lots of different recommendations, and one strong area was the usability of the dock. Our lake is a big asset, and that's what brings people to Lake Ann. And the more we can make it usable for them, it increases the appeal, the traffic, etc. So at this point, we'll turn to the presentation, and let me introduce Bridget Hill, who's going to give you that.
Thank you, Rick. Well, welcome, Bridget. Bridget is Revitalization Program Manager from OCR to give us some more information.
Yes, ma'am. So Bridget Hill, Office of Community Revitalization. The purpose of the Lake Ann Village Center Washington Plaza Design Charrette was to develop physical design solutions that would enhance Washington Plaza's attributes and the relationship between Washington Plaza and, as Rick just mentioned, the exceptional underutilized asset of Lake Ann. The results of a May 2015 online survey, which was distributed by the Lake Ann or LARCA to the broader community and a stakeholder focus group, helped inform the design charrette discussion. The online survey, more than 100 respondents answered 12 questions. More than 60% of the respondents were Lake Ann Village Center residents, 20% nearby neighbors, and 8% Lake Ann merchants. Of the focus group, it included Lake Ann Village Center residents and business owners, managers. Both the online survey, focus group, and charrette participants shared concern over the lack of activity surrounding and on the lake, poor access to the lake, limited retail visibility, and lack of diversity of businesses at Washington Plaza. They also recognized Lake Ann as a unique and, as I indicated before, an underutilized asset. On June 10th of 2015, the design charrette brought together stakeholders and planning and design professionals from the greater Washington, D.C. area, including landscape architects, urban designers, architects, and planners. Participants believed that the revitalization of the Washington Plaza could be achieved with an increase in lake activities by creating a more dynamic edge along the lake and by diversifying the businesses at the plaza. Participants developed short and long-term design concepts and drawings to illustrate their ideas to enhance the relationship between the Washington Plaza and Lake Ann to attract patrons to the Lake Ann Village Center and to the water's edge. Team concepts focus on ways to capitalize on the strengths of Lake Ann as part of an overall strategy to attract patrons to the Lake Ann Village Center, and as I indicated earlier, the water's edge. And this is a theme you're going to hear over and over again, is just pulling people into that area, enlivening that space, and encouraging people to wander and patronize the establishments of the area. So the 5 approaches which were developed to enhance the lake's presence and usability, including Approach 1, enhance the character of place; Approach 2, add attractions and improve access to the lake; 3, create a series of 5 outdoor rooms; 4, improve access and wayfinding; and 5, enhance storefronts through increased transparency. Approach 1, enhance the character of place. The strategy of Approach 1 is to understand and preserve the strong, distinctive elements that contribute to the character of the Lake Ann Village Center. The big ideas was to enhance the character of the Lake Ann Village Center through public art, integrate concrete paver details to define spaces for restaurant seating and public walkways, highlighting architecture and uses, and pedestrian lighting. The approach on public art was to capture a few ideas that were supported by the majority of the participants. One was to preserve iconic elements, climbable sculptures, the clock, concrete watermark at the Heron House, super graphics. And they were cautious as well to preserve the integrity of Lake Ann and the Washington Plaza, citing that if new elements with vertical orientation were introduced, that they should reflect that architectural language in the Lake Ann Village Center and be functional as well as aesthetic. Art could also be used to define outdoor dining areas, public walkways, those little niches that would draw people in. You could transform the service tunnel into colorful, safe, and interesting pedestrian entrance to the Washington Plaza. And I found this a really unique idea because you have that service tunnel there that really is underutilized, and it is actually a way that you could bring people in and have it be a really unique adventure. And that, going back to Bob Simon, coming in small and opening up to the larger vision. Another element was to redesign the wayfinding directions to reflect the Washington Plaza Lake Ann architecture. Concrete pavers, which are the lean and highly contrasted concrete pavers that currently exist and are found throughout the plaza, can be utilized and integrated in paving patterns with a standardization of planner system to design spaces for the restaurant seating, public walkways, and other avenues to help people journey through the area. To highlight the uses, it was suggested that an 8-foot wide pedestrian through zone at the base of the J building would help bring pedestrians through and along. They'd pull and also to pull those outdoor dining zones away from the base of the building to establish a clear zone for pedestrians to browse the store displays and view the restaurant menus. Right now, pedestrians have to walk on the outskirts and look in and actually have to cross through to actually view a menu. This would allow them safe, clear passageway to journey through. Pedestrian lighting was also cited in this approach 1, and it was noted that if some of the current aging fixtures, which are now increasing in cost for maintenance, if new fixtures were added, they should reflect the romantic character of light dispersal and have this lighting carried through both the new public spaces and the plaza to create continuity between the two areas. Approach 2, add attractions and improve access to the lake. This strategy was to increase public interactions at the water's edge by locating new activities at the lake. The big ideas, and these big ideas are what is illustrated in one of the handouts that you have in your hot little hands right now. So the strategy is to increase public interactions at the water's edge by locating new activities at the lake. The big ideas: expand the existing dock and provide seating spaces around the lake. Move boat docks and boat rentals to the southern edge of the boardwalk near the Heron House to add active uses around the lake's public edge and draw people to that end of the plaza. To add a floating restaurant or work with plaza restaurants to offer takeout food to boaters. To add signage around the lake to aid with wayfinding. To cordon off an area in the lake for ice skating in the winter and swimming in the summer. A major goal is to enhance, and here are those graphics. A major goal, which is illustrated here in these renderings, is to enhance the access to and activity level at the lake by offering elements of surprise to draw you to the lake's edge and include places to stop along the way. This would bring more life to the lake's edge and make the water a prime destination. And here you see on the one rendering to the left, you have your dock that's been extended and a second dock as well. The renderings here, as I indicated, the expanded view have been distributed to you. Approach 3. The strategy of this approach is to create a series of outdoor rooms in the Washington Plaza, each with a unique character that encourages human interaction. The big ideas: design rooms so they can accommodate different uses and serve different purposes. introduce movable and comfortable furniture that encourages interaction and customization by users, not just simply for resting. So to encourage people to come and stop, to have power to cluster together and speak. Add kiosks, highlight special spaces through lighting, increase the number of shade trees, add planters to define seating areas. And as I go through these different approaches, you're going to see an overlap in some of their ideas where they're using planters to define spaces. Approach 1 also touched on that as well. And just highlighting the different uses. The rendering on this slide talks to Gateway, 5 different outdoor rooms. And each outdoor room has a unique character. The Gateway room is at the entrance of the plaza and offers a transition between the old and new. The center stage is in front of the Washington Plaza Business Church and includes a performance stage and room for audience seating. The Village room is adjacent to the E building. It's an intimate space with a mix of hardscape and landscape, colorful movable seating, permeable pavers, and romantic lighting. The Washington Plaza room is in the heart of the Washington Plaza, surrounded by retail and restaurants. The Garden room is between the Quayside buildings and the boardwalk. Intimate seating that interacts with the lake's edge through the creation of an upper and lower terraces for gathering and dining makes this location unique and appealing. Approach 4, improve access and wayfinding. The strategy, improve access and wayfinding to Washington Plaza and mitigate challenges created by any future development. The big ideas, where the new commercial development meet Washington Plaza designed stairs to include an integrated ramp and open the area up to make it inviting. Shift the existing loading dock to limit pedestrian conflict points. Design the future public parking garage, if there is one, for ease of use and access to the Washington Plaza. Consider other uses and design for the Washington Plaza Baptist Church. Approach 5, enhance storefronts through increased transparency. The strategy, modify the transparent portions of the plaza storefronts, which are framed by uniform concrete structure. The big ideas, enhance commercial storefronts to increase transparency and make it easier for businesses to display their offerings, improve energy efficiency with modern upgrades, define activity zones adjacent to the J building to make it easier to window shop, access stores, and view merchandise. And again, that relates back to that 8-foot corridor in front of the retail stores there so that your patrons can walk and view. A quick fix, low cost recommendation included painting the brown wooden frame a light color to brighten the storefronts while emphasizing the architecture. And for future, long term, when storefronts are replaced, a recommendation was to utilize a standard storefront design that creates uniform retail bays and consider new openings for storefront bays that foster indoor-outdoor environments. Garage roll-up doors that allow for inside-outside dining, pivoting glass doors where one can enjoy the breezes on a nice summer afternoon. On this handout, which is one that you have in your hands as well, this is the master concept plan. The master concept plan brings together the ideas from the 5 approaches together into one conceptual design that graphically depicts how the Washington Plaza and the surrounding public spaces can be enhanced in both the near and short term. The Lake Ann Washington Plaza Design Short Report can be viewed in its entirety on our webpage. It's www.fcrevit.org. And you can also contact me as well, Bridget Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Any questions for Bridget?
Hey, Bridget, I noticed that on slide 2, when you did your online survey and the responses that you had, that 8% of the merchants responded? So 92% didn't care?
The total, they were only in 5.
Total were merchants.
Yeah.
So it just characterizes the
Yeah.
response base.
Oh, okay, 8%
8% of the 100.
8% of the 100 respondents.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question, Bridget. Your office became involved and organized this, and this is beautiful and great work. Does your office, along with your work and design work, offer, money to help pay for this?
There's no funding appropriated for this project at this time. But a lot of these are quick fixes. And a lot of these, I think, are low-cost solutions or can fold into what's happening now, such as this dock replacement. And so this may be the right time to move forward with some of these short-term and some of these longer-term recommendations.
Bridget, it sounds like your organization does have budget for some projects. How do we partner with your organization in order to get funding for projects for the future?
Can you please speak to that? I would believe, well, I'll just comment. I believe that we would have to see the project to understand the needs of the project. So,
Okay, but your office does have funding available to fund projects you deem worthy. You give money to other communities, is what I'm trying to say.
I cannot speak to that.
Well, I can comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Is there any other questions for Bridget? This way. Julie?
You say more than 100 respondents, and I guess I'm having a problem thinking that there were only 100 respondents. That if you're reaching out to a broader community, was that broader community a geographic reach out? And was it business? Obviously, it was businesses because some of those did respond, but surely more than 100 people, households are in that complex, right?
It wasn't of the complex, actually it was for the residential area, as well as some of the commercial owners. So the survey, this was an online survey. It was entirely voluntary. It was advertised, but there wasn't any direct mailing that went out. So it wasn't a canvas, if you want to think about it like that.
How were people made aware of the survey?
Bridget, do you recall that?
Laura distributed the survey to the residents, nearby neighbors, and merchants.
So via email or take this online survey kind of thing?
Right.
Cards, handing
Yeah,
out.
like
There was
Survey
mail-
Monkey.
No mailing, no
Yeah.
direct mailing.
So how did you
Had you reach out to the community?
know who to send it to?
I'm sorry?
How did you know who to send it to?
Well, there was the distribution, a handout, just in terms of physical addresses. We didn't do a mailing per se.
Okay.
Thanks, Bridget.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Bridget.
This is
You're welcome. Thank you.
It is beautiful.
On the funding question, Lake Ann is a historic district. It's also a revitalization zone, as recognized by the county. There are 9 such revitalization zones. As it happens, there's one for each of the supervisors. So each of the districts have a revitalization zone, and we are one. The fact, and I think Lake Ann's designation as a revitalization zone goes back to the 90s. It's been a while. As far as to my knowledge, that there wasn't much intense activity in the early days in the 90s relative to the OCR. The OCR itself, that organization within the county, didn't come in existence until 2000 and something. So the county, started acting on the revitalization zones. We did get a project that OCR funded that was done in 2010, the commercial revitalization.
Oh, the commercial investment plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the year? Okay. That actually was a project that cost the county $80-some thousand. That was pretty rigorous in identifying the characteristics of Lake Anne's. We acted on some of the recommendations that came out of that. There were a lot that we couldn't do as individuals. But the point is that, the revitalization is a mission of the OCR within the county. They have a budget, and they do spend money to promote things and actually support certain projects. So the one I called out is the only one that I'm personally familiar with, but by virtue of their policy, I believe that's the case.
So back to Jeff's question, how does one apply for funding?
Well, I think one has to have a worthwhile effort designed and articulatable to say, this is what I want to do, can I get assistance? In fact, we plan on going back to OCR for that purpose as we undertake some of the items that in our plan. So
the amount of funding, Rick, is in the order of, tens of thousands, 100,000. It's not hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I would say tens of thousands be my guess.
Yeah.
And I don't know, haven't had any exposure to their policymaking with respect to project selection, criteria, benefits, et cetera.
I don't know that they do brick and mortar kinds of
I
projects.
don't think so.
But,
These
for
are
example,
all-
it was OCR that came in and facilitated the discussion on Tall Oaks. So, it was jammed up and they used their charrette resources to help.
Which is helpful.
So
mediate that.
It's soft money. So no, we're not going to get money to buy new pavers. But the other point that I wanted to make, though, it does call out that the charrette called out a lot of things, as Bridget has gone through in some detail. There's a lot on our plate, and always has been at Lake Anne in terms of keeping it a viable place. We feel it's a valuable, destination for Reston. The plaza itself has a lot of Restonian traffic, obviously. This is the funding for this is by the individual property owners. There's 131 of those that are part of the condominium. And those assessment fees that the condominium charges are the ones that pay for the landscaping, the brickwork, the maintenance, and et cetera. So, but it is a public place, and it has a high volume of public usage. There is a benefit to the commercial owners in that, of course. But I think our expenses clearly go beyond what we would recoup from, to the commercial owners per se. So where we can get assistance, we certainly will seek this. We also are becoming a historic designation as recognized by Virginia. That culmination of that should occur in the first half of this year. That's being undertaken by the Historic Trust, and Cheryl Terrio-Simon has been active in that initiative. So that also will be potentially a source of funds, because it's we're told that if you get the historic designation, then you can qualify for federal grants. So we have to be attentive to lots of different potential sources of funds, and we intend to do that and continue to do that. The opportunity about the dock came up, obviously after the charrette, when we learned in 2016 that, the dock is going to be replaced. Well, we already have these recommendations in hand as to how to make better use of the dock. So clearly the juxtaposition and timing of the two was, we think, fortuitous. We don't replace the dock every, about 50 years or so. I don't know what it calls out in the reserve study that you have, but obviously that dock's been there since 1962. So this is,
It's never been replaced?
No, no. No, the maintenance procedure has been, which is typical, I believe, is that boards on the dock, a certain percentage of them are replaced every year. They go and find the worst boards, the worst warped, the worst splintered, et cetera, replace those. And so there's a repair and replace on an individual component basis. But the structural aspect of the dock at this point is calling out, I think that's the basis of the reserve study recommendation, is that, structurally it becomes unsound over time. Larry's probably briefed you all about that. So from our perspective, this is, essentially a one-time opportunity for all of us here. Well, maybe some of you are younger than me, but so it's something that we would like to take advantage of. Again, we're not sure what the incremental cost might be in order to do at least some of the things that have been called out in these recommendations about the dock specifically, and that's the only reason we're here. The other things that are in the study, we are already replacing pavers. We are already doing landscaping and work to establish the first of the rooms. These outdoor rooms is a terminology that was used in SHRED. So we are doing work on, it's a bit of a misnomer that one of these documents is the master plan. We don't really have a master plan. This is a whole list of things that were conceptualized, but they are shown on one page as elements of what could be done over time. So the dock, what we're seeking here is, can we get some information about the ways to enhance the dock for the usability? On one of the, I think it's on this one, the bottom line on one of these is that, and it's this one, enhance the lake access by extending the dock using varied terraces at 6 inches, 36 inches, and 66 inches above water level, adding movable furniture and adding a green/blue wall with a fountain, etc. So that's the core of this. What the dock needs to make it more usable is different elevations, so that it could provide access for people arriving from boats or leaving in boats. And we have a lot of landowners around the lake, and also, casual seating at lake level on floating docks. We don't, this is a layman's view, and we haven't done any mechanical or real costing on this, but it seems like something that we should get considered and decide, just how much incremental cost it might be, and once we know that, what are the funding sources that we might be able to tap into. So that's why we're making this appeal to you. It's an opportunity to get some information about what it would cost to pursue the potentials of what we think are very worthwhile recommendations. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Garrett, our Director of Capital Projects, will provide us with staff's recommendations on next steps. Garrett, before you start, I think we need to make a motion. What time do you think we'll complete this meeting, directors?
I actually would recommend pushing some things off, because I feel it's too late to keep going after this.
I think after this, we only have legislative update and exec meeting.
Trail.
Yeah, you got the trail too.
And the trails, I'm sorry. What's your pleasure?
Yeah, so with the legislature in session, there's an opportunity on one of these to get some potential dollars to help pay for some of the capital projects that we're doing as related to dams, lakes, ponds, and streams. So I can't take a position on that unless the board authorizes me to. So that's one thing in legislation that's coming up.
On the legislative side, we could do that one, because
Okay.
Okay, right, shorten that.
All right. Okay. Question?
That we have to do.
And the trail is, can we make the addendum to clear that pathway?
It's just a swap, right?
It's a swap,
Right.
but I do think that you need to extend and.
Right, we know we have to know. How late should we extend? Directors.
I have to leave at 11, and I'm very sorry.
Okay. Any other, we're wasting time.
So
What
if you
time?
extend it to 11:30, we're sure to cover
11:30?
everything. Not have to extend it again. So can we just do it for that?
Everyone
11:30.
agreeable on
And
11:30?
try to get out by 11:15?
And try to get out before.
If you need to make a motion in order
Yeah,
to
we
do
do.
that, and it
Let's do
needs
it.
to be.
Make that motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. One opposition? Okay. Sorry, Garrett.
And we're all with you on that, Lucinda.
Well,
Garrett, you have 2 minutes.
I will be very brief.
And welcome to your first meeting.
I was going to say welcome. I don't think
No.
Good evening. I'm here, of course, to provide an update on the existing Lake Ann dock replacement and dredging projects. My understanding is that you received a similar update at last month's board meeting. There has been some progress since that meeting. So currently, where we stand is the design of the direct replacement of the long dock and the short dock is just over 50% complete. It is the engineer that is under contract to provide that design is working through all of the specifications that are going to be needed for construction, and we will have that that final design within the next month or so. What you'll hear a little bit later is the recommendation to consider incorporating any community input based on the presentation that you've heard, obviously, as well as any additional input that you may be required to receive from the members of the association. Based on the project schedule, we do have time to be able to incorporate any additional features possibly, as the construction itself would not be scheduled to initiate until roughly late fall, early winter, as we typically will wait until the busy season is over to begin the dredge work for the dock. So you'll see there later in 2017, that's that last point to initiate demolition, dredging, and construction of the direct replacement. You've also seen this previously, just a refresher on the approved budget. We have, for the 2017 remaining budget, still $394,829. That will cover the project as is. That's the completion of the design, the replacement of the long dock, short dock, and the dredging project. And we have been able to confirm that with the vendors that are under contract. So our recommendation, staff recommendation, is to proceed with the project as budgeted and as originally scoped, completing the structural design, removing existing docks that need repair, and replacing those docks with the existing design standard. However, it will have improved structural stability, capable of accommodating any future enhancements or improvements as you decide, however you decide, to incorporate those additional features that are requested. And lastly, we recommend, of course, that you use the time to determine what the possible scope of work could be for a future phase. So ultimately, our suggestion is to phase the project, do what we have to do to replace the dock and take care of the dredging that's needed. And the direct replacement within scope, as it sits now, will accommodate structurally any additions that are made to that dock. So you would not necessarily have to redo anything if you so choose to add additional features. You have in your board packets the proposed board action. I won't read through word by word, but that's there for you to make the decision if you so choose to initiate public hearing and incorporate any input that may be needed to determine what that next step might be. And that's it. Thank you.
Any questions of Gary?
Clear and concise.
I love it. I love it.
That's my intent.
I have one quick
At
question.
10:40.
Oh, after Jeff, sorry.
Jeff?
Gary, said the dock project as currently scoped with the improved structural capability would be able to accommodate future changes we'll make. Is there an incremental cost to implement that extra structural integrity? Is that just part of what we would have done anyway?
That's part of what's being done anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you go down one to back to the money thing? There.
Danielle?
The picture in our packet has these finger docks that are off the end. Are
Yes.
they,
That is not a part of the existing
okay,
scope.
we're not going to be doing that.
Yeah, that would
For
be
this
considered
phase.
an additional feature.
Okay, and then right now the docks when you're there, and I love it. I go there like several times throughout the summer with the kids and we boat, but it's pretty high up, the dock to the water. Is that going to be lowered? Is that
No.
going to keep the same? Got it.
It's going to
Okay.
be direct replacement exactly as is.
Thank you very much.
But I would like to say that that is the problem. That huge drop it's the problem for the boaters. I mean, it's
Yeah, you
not
can't get up.
Yeah, I mean, the usability of it is problematic.
I just want to add one thing. It's great to have Gary here too, by the way. It's great, exciting. Good for Yum and share. The other thing we're asking the engineer to look into is accessibility options. Because the dock is currently not accessible. We do not have a truly accessible dock in Reston. And of course, being 400 feet long, it would be nice if it were accessible. It may implicate part of the plaza. We don't know that yet. Our engineer is investigating 2 or 3 different options for that. That's something we think is important to consider. And so I just want to let you know that that is under investigation as well.
Would that stay in scope of that
Money.
Pardon?
money? Would that stay in that budget?
Yeah, he's currently under the contract that we have to investigate that. We don't know what those options are yet. That's part of what Garrett was talking about. A month or two, we'll have some idea of those options.
Those may or may not be able to be done within that money.
Correct.
Whatever the
It's something
options.
we'd have to bring back to you all, and we would have to evaluate it.
have those
And if it
decisions.
implicates the plaza and the brick structure and utilities, that's a whole different animal itself. But we are investigating that because we think that's important.
So, Garrett, I want to make sure I understand what you're proposing, because, I mean, it's really easy for any board to just go, great, we'll just make this a non-decision by pushing it down the road, by not finding out what the incremental increase would be for doing expanded.
Additional items.
Exactly. That's the decision that every board wants to make, because we don't like to make any hard decisions. So my question is it your intent to get the numbers so that we can understand what the incremental differences will be?
Yes, our intent is to be able to have numbers for inclusion with that public input process, so that will help with the decision making.
There were questions. We're going to do some dredging. There was already dredging on that lake before.
Not under the dock.
Is this additional dredging?
Under the dock.
This is directly under the dock.
Okay.
That could not be accessed by the previous project.
Okay.
It requires lifting off the deck of the dock to get to the dredge area.
Okay. And the last time, or the dock was installed in '68, and there was no major refurbishment or other on that, other than this annual just replacing of boards.
About 20 to 22 years ago, the cross beams that hold basically the stringers that hold the deck boards were
Yeah.
rotted, and so we had to replace those, and we replaced the upper 2 feet of the piles. And our current evaluation from the divers and so forth is that the rest of those piles are no longer, they're not sound. And so in other words, if you're going to do anything, replace the entire structure to get another 50 to 100 years out of it. So that's what the design is accommodating.
In the triple RF, did we set aside enough money to cover this cost?
That's where this is from.
We've already assessed for this, so
So we've approved.
money's
this already,
approved
yeah.
and ready for spend.
The other point I want to make about the dredging is that we have never dredged underneath that dock, and it is the major sluiceway for all of the drainage that includes Lake Newport, a large portion of Baron Cameron Avenue. There are 500 cubic yards under that dock, and that is because of the buildup of the sediment in there. That is part of the reason that the side of the sluice, the boards on the side, blew out and created a little alluvial plain in the middle of the quay a handful of years ago. So we want to address all of it at one time, and it makes sense to do it that way.
Any other questions of Karen or of Larry? The motion is not to approve, but to ask or approve for a public hearing on, and public input on February 23rd. So are you ready for the motion? No?
Sorry.
Yes?
I think the 23rd's calendar has already been overtasked. So I'm not sure the 23rd, and it doesn't sound like we need to do this immediately. I mean, we can make a motion to have the staff continue on a direct replacement and push a public hearing to not February 23rd, because we just added a bunch of stuff to that calendar.
Does a public hearing have to be on the same date as a
No.
board meeting? No. So
Separate another
we
day.
could simply authorize to advertise a public hearing. Do we need a date?
I would want a date, and obviously I would want to have the full board here to actually be a special meeting of the board.
Right.
So if it's not the 23rd of February, you can make it the 23rd of March.
March's board meeting?
At March's board meeting, so that's fine. It's just, the
We don't
suggested.
have to do it at the board meeting.
Right.
You don't, you could have
It-
special
it would
meeting
have-
of
it would
board.
have to be It's always a board meeting, that's, yeah.
Right, but if we.
The point of the
special or
public hearing
otherwise-
is for the board to hear what the members have to say.
Right. Right. But we've done other special meetings where we knew that there would be a lot of community interest in having.
Right.
So to allow us to dedicate the proper time and not have a meeting in 5 hours.
What if we did both?
Let her finish. Go on, Julie.
I would, my.
You could hold a special meeting just on this item to hear and decide what you want to do with the proposed request. It's
I would prefer
entirely
to
up
have
to
it
you.
during a regular board meeting, just to prevent yet another meeting on our calendars.
Wait, I thought we put all capital projects on hold until after the Tetra review. And we're gonna have a hearing, a public hearing for another capital project? I don't understand why we would even start to do that until after the review.
Isn't the intent of the public hearing simply to get
Just to
community
get
input?
Point of clarification,
Right.
there were only
Spending
2
money.
projects that you put on hold.
Well, we're spending time. I mean, I just thought everything was on hold until after the review. I'm really concerned that we are even talking about this. This wasn't on any of our strategic plans.
It's a reserve project.
Reserve
Two projects were on hold.
Honey Barn and Central
Honey Barn and
Facility Service.
Yeah.
were on
And
hold.
now we're gonna put another one on the docket to be on hold? Let's take care of what we already have and not keep adding more.
This was already a 2016 project that was carried forward to this year because we were still collecting.
No, wait, that's the dock, the existing dock. That's fine.
That's what we want to move forward with.
No, what we're talking about doing is holding a public hearing to investigate doing a capital investment to make the other docks,
To make
right?
it happen, to make
No,
improvements.
it's just to look at the current
current
dock
dock, yeah.
and scope the existing dock that.
Only the
No, I don't
existing.
think so.
No,
let's make sure.
Yeah, it is.
Let
and
one
it's-
person speak. Kate, please.
Yeah, no, that is correct, is we've already got a project ready to go, but we have been approached, or the board has been approached by members about adding this piece, and there've been a lot of questions around it. We wanted to make sure that the board had an opportunity to learn about the charrette, and and have a public input session before you decided what you wanted to do. That was it. I mean, we're going to move ahead with the other piece because it's really important to maintain what we have. But this was our community request, and we were just trying to find the best way possible for you to gather public input on that. And that is it. It's still up to the board to decide whether you want to do that or not. That's all.
Since any enhancements if approved, would be future. Is there, I'm gathering that there might not be a hurry to gather those comments, that we could do it, and we might have a slower period?
Can I, so what if
Yeah, but you have a conflict of interest.
I
You
haven't,
have a
I'm not,
serious conflict of interest.
because I'm a
Which I think
property
you should
owner?
disclose.
Okay. Right now, what I would like to ask is this question. So if, let's say that we do the analysis and let's say that the incremental difference for adding floating docks and improving access to the water, which as a current property owner on Lake Ann in my condo,
And
do not-
business owner?
And business owner.
Let's
Let's not interrupt each other, please. Let's be respectful.
I mean, I'm not sure how
Be
this, you know.
respectful by having some ethics.
I would love to hear ideas. I really would. I think she has excellent ideas. She's not making a vote right now.
No comment.
Clearly there's a conflict.
Okay, the question is.
I don't, well, first of all, the fact that I own a coffee house and an apartment,
Leave it alone,
I don't
Kate.
believe
Kate.
is a conflict,
Leave it
okay?
alone, please.
I'm a community member who has an opinion about the dock. So my question, though, to Julie was, let's say that the incremental difference in cost is $15,000. I mean, that's a ridiculous number, but let's say that that's what it is. Why would we, as a board, with an opportunity to improve a facility, a member facility, not look at that? I mean, the same way when we are looking at ball fields or any other facility that we're going to, I mean, this is the whole replacing kind exactly as it is, or do you look at it and say, let's improve it?
So if I understand the situation at the moment, we have RA staff who, I don't know which slide it was, recommended a certain action. We have in place plans to replace in kind. That action's happening. The staff is getting some additional information on, given some of the ideas of the charrette, what might that, I'll call it enhancement, cost, which I don't think they're asking the board to stop them from doing that. That's ongoing. You're going to get some more data, or maybe that's another decision point we need. And then the third piece, which in our capital planning process, we always have get community input. So at some point in time, it would seem to me, we will want to get community input on a proposal that's been placed before the board. Right? So there's like 3 activities, it seems to me, that are here. The question is, when do we hold a public hearing to get that information? Or do we not hold a public information and say the proposal is dead on arrival? Right? Because I can't see in our capital project planning process that we would ever not, either you're going to say you're going to do it in kind, discussion's over, or you're going to say I would consider an improvement and enhancement, by which our process says you got to get community input. The only way you do that is a public hearing. Did I miss something? Okay.
Okay.
So the problem with the motion as it is I think we all think our February 23rd board meeting is too full.
So Jeff had his hand. Jeff, yes.
I just wanted to clarify, Garrett, because it kind of gets to Julie's, the point she's trying to make on this. Is there likely to be any advantage if we go with the straight dock replacement as it is? is there a problem with doing any future enhancements that might be approved after input and consideration and full vetting through our improvement process? Is there a reason that that wouldn't be done couldn't be done as a separate phase, or do we lose significant?
It cost us
I don't
that
say
much
momentum.
more.
Would it cost us a lot more to do it later as opposed to do it as part of the full renovation?
No.
Does the phasing increase cost?
The bulk of the expense, as we assessed, is with the direct replacement of the dock as is. The additional features, granted, they will have a cost,
Right.
but those will be add-on costs to what's already there.
But the key point for me is if we did it as a phase 2, 3 years from now or something, would it cost us more because we didn't do it at the same time as the replacement?
It should not, because there are no additional modifications that will need to be done to the existing dock.
Okay.
Depending on
They're independent.
what additional options you choose to add to it.
And so if we thought of it in terms of phases, we would begin the second phase that we would be looking at with the same planning and design, or the same process. So we would have checkpoints all the way along there to say, is this what we want to do? And is this, while I appreciate that the Charette has come up with some proposed designs and stuff, community input may say that maybe that's not the best one for overall community. It may be that having the expanded boat dock at the end of the pier where there's another, one of these pictures had the listing of where the developments were by name. But anyways, so it's really the idea of potential enhancements that we would consider.
In my mind, it's, I think we want to decouple
Yes.
the instant action of moving forward with the project as approved
Yes.
and any
Yes.
future enhancements. We want to decouple them and handle them separately.
Yes.
That's
That's,
way I
I would
perceive it.
agree with that.
And also understand too that doing anything other than a direct replacement of that dock does require DRB and the county ARB.
Which would
review as
slow
well.
down repairing our aging
It would complicate
You
the
have to
current
do it anyway.
project. To what
Okay,
extent we don't
Mike
know,
has
but-
been very patient. Mike, please.
The way I see it is there's using the same resources that are available. There may be a better design that we should consider. And if we implement that design, if we were to implement a direct replacement, it would cost us to redesign to put in place a new dock system to accommodate all of this. And so it sounds like,
No,
let
that's
me
not.
just finish. Let me just finish. I'm not being very clear because it's pretty darn late now. You can already go forward with the design that we've got. And the question is, what better design might we come up with as a result of a public information session? That's what you're asking.
Or what additions would you want to add to the
Right,
site?
it's additions.
So you're going
For
to think,
example, would you add floating docks that would attach to?
and you'd need
whatever
to
the
provide
replacement
those
is?
provisions at the time of this reconstruction to
So,
accommodate that.
If I may, Mike, one of the things that was important to us when we were looking at replacement was, for lack of a better way of putting it, fortifying the existing structure when we replace it. Needs to be done no matter what.
It's got to be replaced.
It's got to be replaced, but as we're
Fortify it,
correct.
there's going to be additional costs.
No, that's already been covered. We've got that covered right now. Everything's fine. We've got that taken care of in the current replacement design. No matter what happens, we're going to fortify it no matter what, because we want that to last another 50 to 100 years, okay? So that's already done and covered. As Garrett indicated in the slide before this one, we want to break this into 2 phases. We've got phase 1 already planned out. We want to undertake that this fall. We don't want to rip up the dock in the middle of its busy season. We want to do it when it's quiet, cold, and it's okay. The second phase is learning whether you want to move on to add additional features to this. What I have heard, February's too soon. And I believe that it's very important to have a public input process on this. If not February, I would at least like you all to consider, if not March, if you want to do it in May, we've got time. Just don't want to lose it because I want to be respectful of the fact that you had a member request. I don't want you to drop it. I don't want members to get frustrated. Just pick a time. If that's what you want to do, as Julie indicated, or if it's DOA, we need to know that too. We just need to know what to do next. That's why we're here.
We have an opportunity to do a better design that will accommodate a better future. We should do that now, is my thought. But I want to know what the cost implications are.
But you can't figure out what your future, the better future whatever, until you get community input. So
I hear
that's
you.
our
Yes,
process says
that's why
that.
yes.
Then
So
the project gets pushed out till
decoupling it,
19.
Yeah.
So move forward with the basic.
Okay. Ray has his
so
hand
the
up.
only thing we have to, the motion in front of us is whether or not we proceed with
Get community input. That's
the
it.
23rd and
For the next,
Well,
for
we
the,
said 23rd is too soon,
right, but that's the proposed motion in our packet.
right?
So it-
we're not really making. You can put any
Unless
motion on the
nobody-
table you want.
What do you want? Ray, yes.
Yes, Garrett, thank you. Larry, thank you. Appreciate the information. This whole thing, to me, is just one big hornet's nest. There's all kinds of conflicts involved, there's all kinds of uncertainty involved. I don't know how it even got on the agenda here in January. This board has way too much on the table already, way too much we're pushing to the February meeting, way too many important decisions to make that we are just not making and need to make in the near future. And let's use a target date. We have a new board coming in April. How much can we get done that's already on the table, that doesn't require a lot of new action between now and then? And quit taking on all these new projects and these pipe dreams and somebody else's vision of what would look cool and what would make more value for my area. This is crazy. It is not necessary. There's no sense of urgency for us to even be discussing this right now and to consider it seriously based on what information we have here. Granted, it's a very pretty presentation, a survey which is not the least bit representative we really don't know anything about. And there's a lot more to this. This is an important project. And I'm not going to rush in and say, yeah, this is going to look cool and wow, wouldn't Lake Ann look neat and all that. No, that's not why we're here. This Lake Ann project we're talking about today is something for the new board to deal with next year. There's going to be a lot of funding decisions involved in it, architectural decisions, environmental decisions, extending the dock and pushing something for an RA rental of boats into existing properties that right now have a very serene atmosphere. You think they're going to really enjoy that? You think that's fair to them? This is craziness. It really is. I don't even know why we're discussing it. Why are we spending time putting an agenda together that goes till midnight on stuff we don't have to deal with right now? The basic core issue we know is already funded. We can deal with that. We should deal with that. Community input, of course. And it has to be detailed communities, and not one of these dog and pony shows the county puts on once in a while and say, there's my community input. We need really good, detailed discussion in a lot of different areas here. We all know this. And we have to incorporate what the people are saying. They generally know more than we do. And we talk about this better design. It looks pretty on paper. I don't know that this is a better design. I don't know if this is even the best design or a great design. I don't know. You know, it looks nice. I could take nice renderings, you know, like the Spectrum in the town center. Yeah, it looks really pretty. They haven't broken ground on anything in 10 years. But people can put these things together and they look good. We don't know the cost. We have a history here of starting these projects and they start out at $30,000, or they start out at $40,000, and before you know it, they're at $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, and still not completed. I have no idea, even in a ballpark, and I'm not going to just take somebody's word for it, he throws a number out to me, how much this is going to cost. And we're going to get into another, like my old federal contracting days, where you approve something, and all of a sudden, 6 months later, oh, we need an extension in time, we need more money, we need a change order because it's not exactly what we wanted, or, oh, we could get so much more for just a little bit more incremental money. Before you know it, you're blowing the budget out. And again, it's, what's so sacrosanct about this? We already have this project funded, the necessary work that has to be done. I'm not buying this that, oh, while we're doing this, let's make the dock a lot prettier and stuff. It'll only cost another $20,000 or $30,000. No, we have to stop this. We've been operating this way for way too long. Where's the Pony Barn now at $30,000? I can go on. We all know the projects here. Where's the lake house? $500,000 over in 2 months. We have to stop this. The public does not have confidence in us to pull this one off. I don't have confidence in us to pull it off. And I want a lot of community input. I want financial input on this. I want environmental input on this. And I'm just going to take somebody's idea that this is a great idea. It looks so pretty. Look at it. No, we're better than this. Or at least we should be. We have possibly 4 new board members coming in soon. I'm not going to dump this on them and say, well, the decision was already made, and have to say, wait, this doesn't make sense. Let's let them get in on the ground floor on this on equal footing with us, and we'll make a decision that's best for the Reston community. Not the residents of Lake Anne, not the businesses of Lake Anne, not some minor couple of people that happen to hang out down there and think it would be neat. No, we have to go a lot deeper than that, a lot more detailed than that, and put a lot more thought into it, a lot more discussion with all the people. And Lucinda mentioned potential conflicts. I'll let her take that one away, but on the surface, there's a lot of questions about that too. And where there's a perception, it becomes a reality, whether you like it or not. We have to clear that up. There's a lot of things we have to clear up. And there are other ways for people to raise funds. If this is a great idea, if the merchants love it, find another way to raise the money. A lot of our best projects, how much money did we raise to Rescue Reston with citizen involvement? Dig in. If you think it's that important and you think it helps your community that much, then have everybody that lives on the community chip in $100 or whatever the number happens to be. And get down and do the dirty work of some fundraising. Don't come here to RA and imply that this is a great thing, it's something that Bob Simon would have loved and all this kind of stuff. We've had enough of that. We really have. So, no, if this involves any money coming out of RA, as of right now, I'm not in favor of it.
So I think we'd also, excuse me, Ray, we're going to have to make another motion for more time. I think you made 11:30, Julie, so.
Oh, good.
Motion, someone? 12 midnight? Yes?
11:45?
Why don't we say 12 midnight, and hopefully we'll come in under that.
Move to extend the meeting until 12 midnight.
Okay. Second, discussion? All those in favor?
Let's go, let's call the question, all this, we can move on.
Okay.
So you're going to change the date?
I don't think there needs to be a motion
We
at all.
have some more
I don't think we need to
comments.
set a date.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a couple comments. My main concern is that I've consistently seen us reacting to things that are coming to us when we should be leading. It's like the tail wagging the dog. We've consistently had things brought to us and then we've reacted to them and invested when we really should be looking at where the Reston Association wants to go, how we want to get there, and sticking to those goals. We have strategic goals, we have advisory committees, we just completed the PRAC survey, and I didn't see the Lake Anne Dock project in any of that. discussed at all in any of our future discussions. All of a sudden, this is brought to us and we're investing and holding public hearings and all of that, when we haven't looked at how this affects the big picture of Reston and the rest of our projects and the entire community. We really need to look at the big picture. For example, our other village centers, we just had Tall Oaks, kind of fold. Hunter's Woods is not doing well. It's got several empty storefronts. I've asked staff to look into holding events there and helping our village centers. That's part of Reston. Lake Ann is a village center, but we need to look at all of them. If we're going to look at doing this with Lake Ann, what if Hunter's Woods comes and says, hey, I need, a couple $100,000 to do this other thing here? Are we just going to react to that and start holding public hearings and spending money on that as well? We really need to look at this as a big picture. We need to stop rushing into things and stop reacting and look at things in the entirety. We also need to, we've had several capital projects that we've started. They've been put on hold because we've had questions about our process, about our transparency, and about how we're accomplishing things. How can we start another major capital project when we already have these questions that we've committed to the public and the members of the association who pay the dues? We've committed to them to find the answers and create a better process before we start anything else. And here we are, reacting again and not sticking to what we said we were going to do and trying to start another project. I can't believe we're sitting here talking about this.
Let me say amen to that, and another major issue that we need to discuss is how this thing gets on the agenda, how these agendas are set, and we say, well, the public wanted it. I could bring you a dozen people in here that think there would be cool projects in their neighborhood that would be for the good of Reston. How the heck did this get on here, and we're seriously talking about a project of this scope with virtually no information going in, no discussion going in, and we're supposed to decide on it. No, it gets pushed off. This is one time we're kicking the can down the road. It makes all the sense in the world. We'll let the new board deal with this if we want to. And we have budget hearings and everything else next year. Good time to do it. Good time to do it.
Right, so let's move it
Let's make a
along.
motion on this. We have to take it off the table, right?
Right.
Right? No?
Wait, just make the motion.
It's never been on the table.
No, you have, there's nothing,
Okay.
you don't have to take
Don't make the
any
motion.
action on it, and
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's
Don't
move.
have to take a motion.
Jeff, you were saying,
Let's move on. I'm ready to go.
okay. So we don't.
Don't need a motion on it.
So we can move on to the
All right,
next
let's move on.
item.
Item L, legislative update, executive level.
Really executive level, exactly. Just so you know, there are 26 bills currently before the legislature that have an impact on community associations. Already 4 of them have bit the dust, including one that was tabled today by voice vote in committee. The one that is of critical import to Reston Association.
Well, the information before.
And-
I just a minute. Excuse us.
Bless you.
And staff is House Bill 1562. It's the Dam Safety Flood Prevention and Protection Assistance Fund. In essence, it creates an alternative source, revenue source for community associations. The source already exists. It's in the Department of Conservation and Recreation, but to the list of entities that can apply for grants, they've now added community associations. I will tell you that House Bill 1562 is being put on by request by Delegate Cole. That oftentimes in and of itself is a kiss of death because he's not the patron for it. He's the patron for it, but he's not sponsoring that bill. He's been put on request by one of his constituents. It happens to be, we believe, a lake community that is looking to get funds from this group to deal with the dam issue. But that may cause a problem as it gets into committee and as
it's been
looked at.
reported out of committee with a
To the whole.
substitute.
Okay.
And it's been read into the House.
That was just recently then?
Yes.
Okay, so the reality is that this is something that does create an alternative revenue source for community associations. And so it's up to the board, the staff is looking for support from the board so that they can testify to the extent that they can. And it would also look to support for the board for the purposes of getting the board to call down to the House and to eventually to the Senate as well.
And the motion was in everyone's package. Hopefully we read it. Any
The amount of money we're talking about for that
Up to
particular.
$50,000.
Up to 50, so it's really scoping.
Ready for
No
the,
hurt, you know?
ready for the motion?
Can you repeat the motion?
Move to support Virginia Legislative House Bill 1562 and Senate Bill 1079 on dam safety, flood prevention, and protection. Assistance fund, which would authorize the Director of the Department of Conservation and Recreation to disperse monies from the fund in the form of grants to common interest communities, as defined in Sites 154-1-2345 that own land dams in order to protect public safety and welfare, whereby such grants can be used for the design, repair, and the safety modifications of dams identified in safety reports. That is the motion. Do I have a second?
I'm second.
Is there any discussion?
What did you say about $50,000? What did you say?
I'd ask what the amount might be.
The grant could go up to $50,000. Okay, any discussion?
I would just say that I really appreciate seeing this. We talked about us tracking this kind of legislation.
Right,
This is
right.
at the state level. I think we should also look at county, particularly transportation. We should be aware of legislation that affects the community, both in a negative and a positive way. Beyond
Yeah.
what we're doing right here,
Okay.
but let's go for it.
I have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. I think that's unanimous.
Trails.
I'm sorry?
Trails.
You got trails.
Trails, thank you. Trails.
Oh, that was me, wasn't it?
Yes,
it was.
Yes, it was.
It was simply a question, honestly. I guess when I'm looking at the budget impact, it just talks about additional monies. And so I didn't understand because I wasn't on the board at the time. And I'm sensitive to things that, like I said before, that we pay for, that the county owns, that we, in theory, already pay for once in our own taxes, that we pay for that again. So if you tell me there's a quid pro quo, or we're getting something for what we're paying, or they're paying us back, or then I'd feel much easier about keep approving money that we're already paying for once kind of thing.
So, before you add on, what has resulted from us getting into this agreement last year is that repairs are being made to county trails that I don't think would have been made without us getting into this agreement. So, from that sense, Reston residents are getting better infrastructure from the county as a result of it.
So it's kind of goodwill.
Yes. In order for us to take over the maintenance of those
Reinforcing
trails,
the-
they had to bring them
They're
up
making
to a
the
certain
improvements.
standard.
Okay, that's it.
Nothing else?
So
That
can
was
we
my whole
vote on it?
question.
Call the question? Motion, whatever it is, let's do it.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Oh, who's moving and
You made a
seconding?
motion, Mike.
I guess Mike did.
Aye.
Mike said it
Do we
first.
have a
Yes.
second?
I second.
Discussion.
Wait, is this the motion to approve making the swap of the trails?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Trails, good. Move to approve.
Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate in the usual manner. I think that's also unanimous.
Very good.
Okay,
Are we not doing the executive session?
no, we are. We're down to executive session, ladies and gentlemen. And as per session 5.3K of Reston Association's bylaws, and as further delineated in Board and Association Operations Resolution 1, the Board of Directors may convene an executive session to consider personnel matters, consult with legal counsel, discuss and consider contracts, potential probable or pending litigation, and matters involving violations of the Reston documents or rules and regulations adopted by the Board of Directors, or discuss and consider the personal liability of members. This evening, the Board will adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel matters related to committee appointments and consult with legal counsel on contractual matters related to the Tetra/Lake House Independent Review. I'll make the motion. Move to adjourn into executive session.
I second.
Go for it.
All right, we have to wait till the room's cleaned out.
Get everybody, you gotta take a vote.
Vote. Got to vote.
All those in
Favor.
favor?
All in favor.
All evening.